Chapter 280. David didn't wait for the team to come over slowly. It would take too much time. He ran forward, his fingers working on the K-4 military electronic warfare optical supercomputer on his arm. When he was 30 meters away from the team at 24 Kaji, he saw two scouts. Enemy attack. The scouts shouted in the comms. At the same time, the two scouts didn't hesitate. They turned around and ran back. They didn't want to fight David at all. There were scouts. Although it was the most dangerous job, it didn't mean they were going to die. David, who killed 2 teams of Kaji, represented extreme danger in the eyes of these Kaji. David sneered. The short wings on his back shot out energy. His speed suddenly increased. The reason why he didn't use extreme speed and strength shock was that the enemy was too weak, and using these 2 talents would quickly drain his stamina. With so many enemies, he didn't dare to use too much stamina. If he used up too much stamina, his and Emma's lives would be in danger. Armored soldiers who could become scouts all had the advantage of speed. The weapons in the hands of the 2 scouts were light weapons and long swords. The exoskeleton armor also had an additional acceleration component, but their speed and equipment couldn't compare to David's custom-made exoskeleton armor. In just a breath, David rushed behind the 2 scouts. At the same time, all the lights in the tunnel went out. The exoskeleton armor had a night vision function. When the Kaji in the tunnel found that there was only darkness in front of them, they immediately turned on the night vision function. David, on the other hand, turned on the strong flashing light on the exoskeleton armor. It was a countermeasure device that was specially designed to counter the night vision function. As the strong flashing light was turned on, all the Kaji felt a pain in their eyes, and everything in front of them was white. David used this opportunity to hit the backs of the 2 scouts with the 3rd-grade heavy axe in his hand, sweeping them to the front of the formation. Although they couldn't see anything, the formation felt the sound of something breaking through the air, and the Kaji in the battle formation moved with the formation. The 2 Kaji in the front raised their shields, and the Kaji in the back began to swing their weapons through the gaps between the shields. The weapons cut through the exoskeleton armor. But these Kaji weren't happy at all, because they heard familiar screams. This was their scout. Their attack had killed their comrade. David turned on the flying function. He flew from the ceiling to the top of the team and rushed down from above like a ghost. After using the strong flashing light, he turned on the night vision function, and now he was probably the only Kaji in the tunnel that could see. Throwing a high-level heavy axe master into a group of low-level Kaji who couldn't see anything, the result was obvious. Screams, the sound of the exoskeleton armor being split open, the sound of blood splashing on the wall and the ground, the sound of bodies flying out after being attacked, and the sound of bodies hitting the wall and the ground. All kinds of sounds formed a bloody scene. This was a massacre where one person had the absolute advantage. David absolutely crushed the 24 Kaji in terms of combat power, equipment, and strategy. From David's attack to the end of the battle, less than 10 seconds had passed, and the 24 Kaji had all become broken corpses. It was certain that unless David wanted to let them go, there was no way he would leave anyone alive in front of him. The number of souls absorbed by the shadow attendant constantly reminded David if he missed anything. In order to make it easier to command, Deputy Commander Gore and Deputy Commander Harmon stood together, and the Kaji next to them were all sizing each other up. However, none of the Kaji took the initiative to speak, so they didn't expose each other's identities. Damn it, how is this possible? Deputy Commander Harmon looked at the screen in front of him and shouted angrily. All the dead Kaji were Kaji from the Red Fire mercenary group, and he even mocked Deputy Commander Gore's subordinates for being too weak. He didn't expect that the 24 Kaji in his mercenary group would lose their HP almost at the same time in a few seconds. Deputy Commander Harmon almost imagined a scene that was the 24 Kaji had put down their weapons and surrounded David. They even had to stretch their necks and wait for David to chop them down. Of course, this was impossible, but it really couldn't explain how the 24 Kaji had all died in such a short time. We all underestimated David. No wonder the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group was slaughtered by him alone. Deputy Commander Gore didn't have the intention to laugh at Deputy Commander Harmon at this time. He also saw the display on the screen and said in a deep voice, "He is only 17 years old, but he didn't show any mercy after killing so many people." Deputy Commander Harmon shook his head and sighed. He came from the Boulder Star, born in a war zone. Maybe killing enemies has already become his instinct. Deputy Commander Gore thought of David's birthplace and couldn't help but say, "Let's follow the plan first. I hope David can consume more energy. It's better if he gets injured." Deputy Commander Harmon removed the data of the dead Kaji on the screen in front of him and said helplessly, "A team of 24 Kaji, this was already a bit too much in the interstellar flying environment. No matter how many Kaji formed a team, they couldn't form an effective fighting force. Unless they found an open space, it was impossible to encircle and annihilate David. Did you notice that David can easily find our Kaji?" Deputy Commander Gore suddenly pointed at the map on the screen and said, "From just now, it was almost always David who found the Kaji team. This could be seen from the fact that the Kaji team was wiped out before they could even report. Yes, this is also conceivable. David has mastered the internal system of the interstellar flying guest. It is normal for him to find our Kaji." Deputy Commander Harmon nodded and said, "If we use these Kaji to lead David to an open space, can't we use the advantage of numbers?" Deputy Commander Gore's eyes flashed and said in a deep voice, "This is a good idea. Anyway, even if these ordinary Kaji all die, it is difficult to hurt David. It is better to use them to lead David to an open battlefield." Harmon's eyes also lit up when he heard this. He quickly flipped through the map. It was not easy to find an open battlefield. This was an interstellar flying guest. Almost half of the area was the passenger cabin, and the rest of the area was also the commercial area. There are also many buildings there. Here, Deputy Commander Gore pointed at the map and said. The map automatically enlarged as he pointed at it, showing a relatively special area. It was a protruding area of the interstellar flying guest. It was the cultivation area of the interstellar flying guest. Inside, fresh vegetables and fruit trees were planted using the soilless method, and some fish were also raised. In order to facilitate management, the entire area was built into a huge independent space. This independent space was thousands of meters in size. Although there was the influence of the cultivation facilities, these effects could be removed with some Kaji. This place is indeed suitable. I agree with this plan. Deputy Commander Harmon nodded in agreement. David heard a strange order from the channel. Team 6, go to position B12. Team 7, go to area B14. Team 8, go to area B16. A series of orders mobilized the Kaji in the entire area. David marked the location of the order on the helmet and quickly found out that it was to lead him to the cultivation area. His fingers quickly operated on the K-4 military electronic countermeasure optical computer. The monitoring of the cultivation area was very comprehensive. Soon, he saw the situation in the cultivation area. There were many Kaji gathered there. It seemed that they were preparing to set up a trap there and wait for him. David opened the panoramic view of the interstellar flying guest and saw the special location of the cultivation area. A plan was formed in his mind. David opened a virtual area on the K-4 military electronic countermeasure optical computer and then opened a passage in the electronic defense wall. On the other side, the 5 electronic countermeasure engineers who were busy suddenly found that they had broken through the interstellar flying guest's internal system. Although they didn't know why they had succeeded, they still broke through excitedly. They found that they could only obtain part of the authority, and most of the authority could not be obtained. Deputy Commander, we have obtained David's position. The electronic countermeasure engineer reported to the 2 deputy commanders. Good job. You guys are amazing. You can break through the electronic countermeasure master's defense. After the mission is over, I will give you guys a reward. Deputy Commander Gore didn't care that there were 3 electronic countermeasure engineers in the Blue Ice Mercenary Group and laughed. Thank you, Deputy Commander. I will share the location signal with you. The electronic countermeasure engineer thanked him. On the light screen map in front of them, a light spot was specially displayed. This light spot was moving towards position B12. Sure enough, David knows the location of our Kaji. The electronic countermeasure master is helping him. But obviously, this electronic countermeasure master is a bit careless. Deputy Commander Gore looked at the light spot and shook his head. It's not that the electronic countermeasure master is careless. It's the result of our electronic countermeasure engineers' efforts. Harmon also said with a smile, "It seems that the plan is very successful. David is falling into the trap." Deputy Commander Gore said proudly, "Gather all the elite Kaji in the cultivation area and kill David directly." Deputy Commander Harmon suggested, "Not only the elite Kaji, all the ordinary Kaji, except for the Kaji that attracted David's attention, move to the cultivation area. David is too arrogant. He didn't even think about running away. Instead, he wants to take the initiative to kill our Kaji. He will pay for his arrogance." Deputy Commander Gore nodded and said. The two deputy commanders couldn't help but look at the weapon masters behind them. If they could, they would try not to use these weapon masters. If David was killed by the elite Kaji, the reward they gave to the elite Kaji was completely different from the reward they gave to David if he was killed by the weapon master. The reward they gave to the weapon master was sky high, even for the Bar brothers. If the mercenary group wanted to keep the weapon master, they had to give the best conditions. Some of the rewards could not be stingy. However, as the commander of this operation, Deputy Commander Gore and Deputy Commander Harmon had to minimize the cost of this operation as much as possible. A large number of ordinary Kaji had died. The loss caused by the death of a large number of ordinary Kaji was already extremely shocking. In order to avoid the huge reward, they chose to use both the elite Kaji and the ordinary Kaji to kill David at the same time. In fact, if they didn't have this plan, they would still continue with the previous plan and let the weapon master assist in killing David. However, with the vast space, no matter how strong David was, he would not be able to stop the encirclement of hundreds of Kaji. David came to Area B12. It was a long passage. 24 Kaji had set up a defensive formation in front of it, waiting for David's arrival. David did not rush forward this time. Instead, he took out the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle and laid on the ground. The custom-made exoskeleton armor fixed his body to the ground. "He's the sniper Kaji. We can't defend here," a sharp-eyed Kaji shouted. The other Kaji were also shocked. It should be known that distancing oneself from the sniper Kaji was an act of suicide. However, before they could do anything, David had already fired the Godolphin's Wrath. A grade 1 bullet flew out from the muzzle and appeared in front of the Kaji at the other end of the passage almost instantly. At this time, any formation would be useless. The grade 1 bullet penetrated the body of the Kaji, behind the Kaji, through the gaps in the shield. It then passed through 5 Kaji before stopping in the body of the 6 Kaji. The bullet almost pierced through the team of 24 Kaji. A few Kaji who were about to rush forward were affected by the terrifying sound wave that followed. In this kind of enclosed environment, the sniper rifle's attack was not just the sniper bullet. The explosive force caused by the Krypton crystal powder was guided by a special barrel, and the impact of the sound wave was extremely powerful. The impact of the sound wave formed a front, back, left, and right impact in the passage. The front and back impact of the sound wave was slightly better, but the left and right impact of the sound wave became more and more powerful as it constantly collided. Of course, because the environment here was a little big, the impact of the sound wave was far less powerful than in a small room. However, it was enough to temporarily affect the movements of the Kaji and give David enough time to snipe. A few Kaji rushed out. This was the best way to deal with the sniper Kaji. The passage was not long, only about 200 meters, and the Kaji's choice was the best. As long as they rushed in front of David, the sniper rifle would not be able to do anything. However, what they did not expect was the impact of the sound wave. In addition, a few Kaji rushed out and broke the defense of the formation, forcing the Kaji to move out of the way. It was also at this time that David fired the Godolphin's Wrath again, and a second sniper bullet flew out. A distance of 200 meters was an extremely short distance for a sniper rifle. In addition to David's proficient sniping ability and the combination of mental burst, one of the soldiers who rushed out was affected by the impact of the sound wave. Then, he was penetrated by a Grade 1 bullet. The Grade 1 bullet once again penetrated several Kaji, causing a string of damage in the passage. Chapter 281. The terrifying sound wave only stunned the Kaji for a few seconds. Soon, they activated their exoskeleton armor and became immune to the sound wave attack. In just a few seconds, only 6 of the 24 Kaji were still standing. They could barely maintain the combat power of a group of Kaji. David put the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle in the slot on his back and charged forward with a Grade 3 heavy axe in his hand. Retreat! 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 The Kaji who were still standing screamed crazily. Some Kaji wanted to drag their fallen comrades away, while some Kaji didn't care about anything else. They just turned around and ran. David didn't care about the escaping Kaji. He came to a group of Kaji who had fallen to the ground. The shadow attendant was greedily absorbing the souls. The sniper rifle's penetrative attack seriously injured the Kaji on the ground, but the Kaji who were truly fatal were very few. David swung his Grade 3 heavy axe continuously and harvested the lives of the Kaji without hesitation. The whole process only took 2 to 3 seconds. After that, he chased after the escaping Kaji. Run to B14. Led David there. When the Kaji in B14 sees David, run to B16 immediately. Gore immediately ordered when he heard the report of the escaping Kaji in the channel. He didn't know that all his orders were clearly heard by David. At this moment, Gore was thinking of reducing the unnecessary casualties of the normal Kaji. Since David didn't kill the escaping Kaji immediately, why not use the Kaji to lead David's pursuit? Of course, the main reason for this was that David's combat power was too strong. David even had a sniper rifle and could kill more than half of the 24 Kaji in a short period of time. Although these Kaji were all normal Kaji with weak combat power, there were still 24 Kaji. Together, they were still a decent force. Gore believed that the rest of the normal Kaji team would also die if they encountered David. It was better to move and reduce the casualties as much as possible. David listened to Gore's orders and the replies of the other teams. He didn't change his direction and continued to chase after the escaping Kaji. It was as if he had fallen into Gore's trap. Although David killed more than 30 normal Kaji, he entered the entrance of the cultivation area. Vice Commander, we didn't find David. A Kaji team in the cultivation area reported. Their mission was to find David and lure David back into the inner circle. However, they didn't find David. Gore just said that David had entered the cultivation area. How can he not be here? David is in the cultivation area. He just passed by you. Damn it. Does he have a cloaking device? Gore yelled as he looked at the screen in front of him. His suspicion wasn't without reason. He saw that that represented David pass by the Kaji team, and this Kaji team didn't react. Very likely. This also explains why he was able to kill Kaji from the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group by himself. Harmon nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter if he has a cloaking device or not. He won't be able to escape today. Gore sneered. The cloaking device was a special device used by the military. It was said that every cloaking device had strict regulations. Many organizations couldn't get their hands on one even if they wanted to. However, the cloaking device wasn't invincible. As long as a high-power scanning device was turned on, the target could be found. All Kaji, turn the scanning on your exoskeleton armor to the maximum. Remove everything that is blocking your vision in the cultivation area. Keep an eye out for any abnormalities. Team 1 and 2, block the entrance of the cultivation area. Gore ordered again. At this time, almost 500 Kaji had gathered in the cultivation area. Other than the 48 Kaji blocking the entrance of the cultivation area, the rest of the Kaji team surrounded the dot that represented David. The dot was very agile. It kept escaping from the Kaji team. The Kaji team couldn't even see its shadow. Therefore, the Kaji team, including the 2 vice commanders and the 5 weapon masters who were rushing towards the cultivation area, all thought that David was trapped in the cultivation area. Although they couldn't see David, the Kaji team was no longer in a hurry. It would soon be time for them to surround David. There were more Kaji team on their side. They were driving the dot to the edge of the cultivation area. They believed that the dot would soon have no space to move. By then, even if the dot had a cloaking device, it would be useless. No matter how strong it would still be surrounded and killed by more than 400 Kaji team, including 120 elite Kaji team. However, in reality, David wasn't in the cultivation area. As soon as he was about to enter the cultivation area, he entered space through the isolation door at the side. As for the dot of light, it was just an environment that David had simulated for the 5 electronic countermeasure masters in the K4 military electronic countermeasure optical supercomputer. It made the 5 electronic countermeasure masters think that they had partial authority over the interstellar traveler. However, in reality, all the authority was designed by David, including David's own location information. Just as David left the interstellar traveler through the isolation door and entered space, he had simulated a new identity and location information in the K4 military electronic countermeasure optical supercomputer. Then, it was this identity and location information that was entangled with the Kaji team. David first turned on the space mode of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. The short wings on his back turned into a space flight device and flew toward the edge of the cultivation area. There, he fixed the Krypton crystal powder bomb on the outer wall of the cultivation area. This position was calculated by him through the design of the interstellar traveler. With the power of the Krypton crystal powder bomb, its effective lethality was within a distance of 3,000 meters. Outside of this, it was completely unable to damage the other interstellar traveler cabins. The cultivation area protruded out of the interstellar traveler. At this point, the cultivation area would be completely destroyed and the rest of the interstellar traveler would not be damaged. There were too many Kaji this time, so many that David felt like he couldn't kill them all. Therefore, after he discovered the other party's intention, he deliberately beat them at their own game. After setting up the Krypton crystal powder bomb, David flew 3,000 meters away from the explosion point. He stood in space and looked at the map on his helmet, waiting for the best time to detonate it. We're about to block him. He's right in front. Big Shield Kaji, go forward and knock the cultivation rack away. Spear Kaji, cover him. Ordinary Kaji, follow behind Big Shield Kaji. Elite Kaji, hold the line at the back. Pay attention to the gap on the left. Fill it immediately. Voices sounded in the channel one by one. David knew that the time was almost here just by listening to these voices. On David's helmet, the virtual light that represented David himself was standing on the wall of the explosion point. Outside the wall of the ship was the Krypton crystal powder bomb. More than 400 Kaji used the densest formation. With the posture of a victor, they slowly suppressed David's living space. When Big Shield Kaji pushed away the last row of cultivation racks, what appeared in front of the Kaji was empty. Deputy Captain, we don't see David. The elite captain at the scene reported. Impossible, David might be invisible. His signal is right in front of you. Deputy Captain Gore still didn't know that there was a problem. He stubbornly believed that David was there. The situation doesn't seem right. With David's cunning, how could he fall into the trap so easily? Deputy Captain Harmon said softly. They were now behind the 48 ordinary Kaji guarding the entrance of the cultivation zone. The cultivation zone was 10 meters in front of them. Because David had killed too many Kaji, although David was not in the encirclement, none of the Kaji dared to step forward. A Kaji threw out a shock grenade. It accurately landed where David was. With a boom, the shock wave of the explosion swept across the area. Although the area was small, it was enough to sweep away the entire area where the light was. Deputy Captain, make sure there's no one, the elite captain yelled. He and all the other Kaji looked around vigilantly in case David jumped out at any time. However, the elite captain found that on the edge of the cabin wall that they surrounded, a blinding light appeared. Then, the wall turned into nothingness, and a huge fireball exploded. Before the elite captain could understand what was happening, he was surrounded by flames. This was the flame after the Krypton crystal powder explosion. The exoskeleton armor's defense could not withstand this kind of burning. The surface of the exoskeleton armor turned into molten iron, and all the devices failed. Then, the heat entered the exoskeleton armor from the outside. Immediately, the Kaji inside the exoskeleton armor were killed by the high temperature. It was not over yet. The temperature quickly increased, and the Kaji's body turned into ashes, mixed with the molten iron, and evaporated. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. More than 400 soldiers disappeared from the world in the explosion of the Krypton crystal powder bombs without any pain or torture. David stood 3,000 meters away, coldly watching the explosion. He didn't know which side had sent these armored soldiers to kill him, but he knew that he couldn't be merciful. He needed to make all his enemies fear him. Fear him. The 2 deputy captains, 5 weapon masters, and 48 ordinary Kaji standing at the entrance of the cultivation area were all knocked to the ground by the explosion. The interstellar flyby detected that the area was exposed to space and immediately closed the isolation door at the entrance of the cultivation area, cutting off the connection to space. Deputy Captain Gore and Deputy Captain Harmon sat on the ground. They were wearing exoskeleton armor and were not injured. Their eyes were still looking in the direction of the isolation door, which was originally the cultivation area. But now there was nothing there. The violent explosion wiped out the cultivation area and more than 400 Kaji under their command. How dare he do this? Deputy Captain Gore murmured to himself. You arranged a good position. Deputy Captain Harmon heard Deputy Captain Gore's words and could not help but say, You also agreed to the plan. Deputy Captain Gore reacted. He could not take the blame alone, so he immediately retorted. Deputy Captain Harmon felt a sharp pain in his heart. He felt that cooperating with the Red Fire mercenary group and Deputy Captain Gore was the stupidest decision he had ever made in his life. You two, we did not fail. I believe that the 2 Kaji opposite me should also be weapon masters. Big Bard first said to the 2 deputy captains, then turned to the 2 weapon masters invited by the Red Fire mercenary group and said, I wonder which 2 weapon masters are you? I am Big Bard. This is my younger brother Bard. And next to me is Master Bryce. I am Johannes. I am Bethune. At this moment, all the weapon masters no longer had any thoughts of underestimating David. From the combat power that David had shown at the beginning to the strategy that he had shown later, they all felt a sense of danger. In the face of such an enemy, the 5 weapon masters needed to work together to deal with David in the safest way. David, I know you can hear us. You have played us all. Now that those useless Kaji are gone, we will fight to the death here and end everything. Big Bard opened the public channel of the exoskeleton armor and challenged. At this moment, Big Bard stood up and ignored Deputy Captain Harmon. The most important reason was that Harmon could no longer stay in the position of Deputy Captain Gore. It was the same for Vice Commander Gore. The 2 mercenary groups had lost all their combat power in the Lunka planet area. The ordinary Kaji were not a big deal, but the hundreds of elite Kaji were enough to cause serious damage to the 2 mercenary groups. In addition, the way the 2 deputy captains blamed each other just now, they had completely lost their momentum. This meant that the 2 deputy captains had lost their ability to command. For what you have said, you are definitely not an ordinary Kaji. Tell me your names and see if you are worthy of me taking action. David's voice appeared in the public channel. David, you are very arrogant. You are worthy of the title Invincible among the Kaji class. You killed more than 500 Kaji by yourself. You're the first Kaji to achieve such a result. An enemy like you is worthy of our name. Master Bard glanced at the other 4 weapon masters and saw them nodding slightly. He replied loudly, My name is Big Bard. I'm a heavy axe master. My name is Little Bard. I'm a heavy axe master. My name is Bryce. I am a heavy axe master. My name is Johannes. I'm a spear master. My name is Bethune. I'm a warhammer master. We invite the invincible among the Kaji class, Master David, to fight to the death. The 5 weapon masters finally said in unison. In fact, their main idea was to provoke David into a decisive battle with them. Otherwise, in the huge interstellar traveler, they would not be able to hurt David at all if they slowly wasted time with David. Even after a long time, when the rescue spaceship came, especially a super spaceship like the interstellar traveler, it was very likely that it would be a military warship that would come. At that time, they would not be able to deal with David. The only thing they could do was to escape as far as possible. Chapter 282. In order to talk to David, the 5 weapon masters used the public channel. However, David was not the only one who could hear the public channel. Anyone with a communicator could hear it, especially the 30 Kaji security guards, including Jerome and Captain Bulwer, who were guarding the entrance of the special class cabin. They were all extremely shocked. Is Mr. David that scary? Captain Bulwer looked at Jerome and asked. As the captain of a super spaceship, he had seen many strong Kaji. However, he had never heard of a Kaji who could kill more than 500 Kaji and provoke the 5 weapon masters to invite him to a duel. I didn't expect Mr. David to be so young. No, he should be called Master David. That's what the 5 weapon masters called him. Jerome said with a bitter smile. When he thought about how he almost used his identity to suppress David when he was talking to David, he could not calm down. He recalled his conversation with David and wondered if he had offended David in any way. If he had, he would apologize to David personally after this. Of course, it was not only here. In the various cabins, many passengers also heard the public channel and knew about David's title of Invincible among the Kaji class. Originally, the title of Invincible among the Kaji class was only circulated in a small circle among the Kaji class. However, from today onwards, as long as the passengers on this galactic spaceship survived, then this title would be known by everyone, especially the passengers in the special class cabin. Many of them had more or less heard of the 5 weapon masters. Perhaps they did not know all of them, but as long as they knew any one of them, they would understand the power of the 5 weapon masters. They wanted to see the duel with their own eyes, but unfortunately, it was not a place they could go. Their lives were still the most important. Let's fight to the death, David said with a mocking smile in space. He looked at the aftermath of the explosion in front of him and flew into the center of the explosion. He did not have the time to fight. He did not know if the souls would still exist after the bodies were destroyed. However, these were the souls of over 400 Kaji. He had to give it a try no matter what. Just as he rushed into the center of the explosion, the shadow attendant seemed to have gone mad. It kept running in all directions. The shadow attendant seemed to be too close to David. After absorbing more than 50 souls, it took the initiative to move 20 meters away from him. A long time ago, before David was Kaji, the shadow attendant could only stay 10 meters away from David. After David became Kaji, this distance increased to 20 meters. As David's spirit continued to increase, this distance did not change. This made David think that this distance would only change after he became transcendent. However, today was the first time the shadow attendant took the initiative to move 20 meters away from him. This made him shocked. He thought that the shadow attendant had lost control. However, as his mind entered the shadow servant's body without any hindrance, he found that the shadow servant was still under his control even though it was 20 meters away from him. He could still sense everything about the shadow servant. Only then did he relax. This time, the shadow attendant flew 40 meters away before it stopped. It flew around David and absorbed all the souls in the area. David also flew quickly in the explosion area. Soon, all 456 souls were absorbed by the shadow attendant. This number could not be wrong. Before this, David remembered the number of light spots that represented Kaji in the cultivation area. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, David resisted the urge to immediately absorb these souls into his body. He stood in space and looked at the debris floating in space. The short wings on his back spewed out energy and brought him to a piece of debris. The explosion in space did not produce air shock waves, only radiation and electromagnetic pulses. The soldiers standing at the entrance of the cultivation area were also knocked down by the directional shockwave produced by the explosion in the interior of the cultivation area. Therefore, The debris of the explosion did not disappear without a trace. Instead, it floated nearby. The reason why David paid attention to the debris was that after the explosion, the terrifying Krypton crystal powder bomb annihilated everything within 3,000 meters, leaving only 32 irregular pieces of debris floating in the air. He came to a piece of debris and pinched it hard, but he found that it did not move. However, this action destroyed the thin film layer on the surface caused by the high temperature, revealing the faint blue light inside. These are level 2 materials. David's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Although the explosion had destroyed the soldiers' exoskeleton armors and first-grade weapons, the second-grade weapons had been left behind in this manner. This also showed how terrifying level 2 materials were. Under the destructive explosion of the Krypton crystal powder bomb, level 2 weapons could not remain intact, but they remained in this way. David's interest was piqued. The shadow attendant flew out and collected the debris into the space ring. Because the space ring was too small, it even transferred some of the debris into the space bracer on David's wrist. After doing all this, David finally had the time to check the positions of the 5 weapon masters. At the entrance of the cultivation area, there was a halt of about 500 square meters. Including the 5 weapon masters, there were 48 normal Kaji standing there. The 2 vice captains also stood among the 48 normal Kaji. David frowned. These 5 weapon masters had challenged him, but they still left the 48 normal Kaji here. What was the meaning of this? He was not superhuman. He could not even deal with 5 weapon masters at the same time, let alone the 48 normal Kaji. The 2 vice captains who had been commanding all the Kaji should not be normal Kaji either. This kind of combat power made him not want to get close to them. David flew to a cabin wall of the interstellar traveler. It was about 2,000 meters away from the Kaji, and more than 1,000 meters were in the space environment. He threw the level 3 heavy axe to the shadow attendant and asked it to put it away. He then took out the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle from his back. A few fixing nails made of level 3 materials extended from David's exoskeleton armor and firmly fixed him to the cabin wall outside the interstellar traveler. He restocked 5 level 2 bullets, but he did not use them immediately. Although he had collected so many level 2 materials today, he still wanted to save as much of the expensive level 2 bullets as he could. At the end of the day, it was very difficult for him to replenish level 2 bullets. It was very troublesome to replenish the level 2 bullets at the police station. If it was not necessary, he did not want to ask the police station for this. This time, he chose to use the sniper support optical supercomputer. In this space environment, he still needed to go through a cabin wall to snipe. He needed the most professional support equipment to assist him. After the sniper support optical supercomputer judged the current environment, it gave a series of parameters that could only be understood by the sniper Kaji. This included the consumption of the bullet's kinetic energy by the cabin wall of the interstellar traveler, as well as the effect of the change in the cabin's environment from the space environment. He found that although he was 2,000 meters away from the Kaji, the consumption of the bullet's kinetic energy at a distance of 1,000 meters in space was extremely low. It could almost be considered as 100 meters in the atmosphere, or even shorter. In other words, other than the actual distance of 2,000 meters, the actual effect of his sniping was almost the same as sniping within 1,000 meters. He targeted one of the 5 weapon masters. Since there was a wall between them, he could only rely on a precise map and coordinates to guide him. This greatly reduced the accuracy of his sniping. The 5 weapon masters stood in the middle of the hall. Not far behind them were the 48 normal Kaji, as well as the 2 deputy commanders who had lost their confidence and were being protected by the 48 normal Kaji. The 5 weapon masters stood there, waiting for David's reply. From their point of view, a strong Kaji like David, who was young and arrogant, would definitely come to fight them. They did not know what kind of request David would make for him to fight them. They thought about what David might ask for. It could be a one-on-one duel, or a place designated by David for a duel. These were not important to the 5 weapon masters. As long as David appeared, with their strength, they were confident that they could make David stay. Master Behan stood in the middle of the weapon masters. He had been vigilantly observing his surroundings. He had already experienced David's craftiness. He did not want to fall into David's trap. Suddenly, Master Behan felt his heart palpitate. Without any hesitation, he leaned to the side and used his level 2 warhammer to block in front of him. A small hole appeared on the door, and a level 1 bullet flew towards Master Behan. If Master Behan had not sensed the danger, he would have been hit by the bullet. As he leaned to the side, the first-grade bullet brushed past his body. Not far behind him, an ordinary soldier let out a blood-curdling scream. His abdomen had been struck by the first-grade bullet, and a bloody hole had appeared. After the level 1 bullet pierced through the exoskeleton armor, it changed direction. In the process, the Kaji's internal organs were completely destroyed. At this time, the normal Kaji's tenacious vitality had become a disaster. The wound in his abdomen would only survive if he underwent immediate surgery and underwent a transplant. However, this was an interstellar traveler. It was impossible to prepare spare organs. Moreover, because of their ambush, it was difficult to find a doctor. Moreover, with this normal Kaji's injury, there was no time. The Kaji's tenacious vitality could only last for 5 minutes at most. "Snipe, pay attention to dodge," Master Behan shouted. The 5 weapon masters immediately began to move randomly, rushing to the side. David shook his head. He knew that it would be very difficult to snipe the weapon masters, but he still tried. After knowing that the weapon masters had the same sense of danger as him, he shifted his target to the normal Kaji. There were 2 exits in this hall. After discovering that there were sniping Kaji, the normal Kaji immediately rushed to the nearest exit. These normal Kaji, without much combat experience, became David's targets. David was not in a hurry. He began to snipe at a rate of 2 shots per second. At this rate, David could rest for 3 seconds after sniping 6 times, and then continue sniping. "Master David, you don't dare to fight, but you hide in space and snipe. What kind of invincible Kaji are you?" After realizing that David's target was not them, Master Bard shouted in the public channel while maintaining his irregular movement. "You're a Master Bard, right? Don't worry, after I get rid of these useless Kaji, I will naturally fight you to the death." David's voice was very steady, and his sniper didn't stop because of his words. Although all the Kaji knew that David was in space, they weren't wearing space-specific exoskeleton armors. Except for a few exoskeleton armors, only space-specific exoskeleton armors could allow the Kaji to move freely in space. This wasn't because the exoskeleton armors on Kaji couldn't survive in space. Survival wasn't a problem, but to fly in space without special spaceflight equipment, they could only rely on gas jets. This kind of movement couldn't be used as a fighting force at all. Instead, it would make them a target for the Kaji who had space combat power. Especially under the premise that David had a sniper rifle, they didn't dare to enter the space. But if they didn't enter space, they wouldn't be able to avoid David's sniper. Sound couldn't be transmitted in space. Godolphin's wrath was like a silent monster, spitting out fatal bullets one after another, shooting down the Kaji snipers one after another. David's proficient sniping ability allowed him to maintain this kind of attack frequency. David's sniper targets were the ordinary Kaji who wanted to get close to the exit. After a dozen Kaji corpses were piled up at the exit, these ordinary Kaji no longer dared to get close to the exit. They screamed crazily in the hall and ran, trying to slow down the arrival of death in this way. David finished off 48 ordinary Kaji in less than a minute. Only the 5 weapon masters and the 2 deputy commanders survived. The 2 deputy commanders were also at the peak of Kaji. They were far more experienced than the ordinary Kaji. They kept running randomly and made all kinds of tactical evasive maneuvers from time to time. If there wasn't a bulkhead in an environment, this kind of irregular running and tactical evasive maneuvers would definitely not be able to escape David's sniper. But now, David couldn't snipe the 2 deputy commanders. His sniping ability was greatly affected, and at the same time, he didn't want to waste time on these 2 troublesome deputy commanders. Only the 2 deputy commanders were still running in the hall. They didn't have the 5 weapon masters' ability to sense danger. At this moment, they didn't dare to stop at all. They could only keep running in this way to save their lives. Chapter 283. Master David, there are no more Kaji. You can show yourself and fight now. Master Bard said in a deep voice in the public channel. David's sniping ability shocked him. If this wasn't a space traveler, it wouldn't be the best environment for sniping. However, David could kill them all just by relying on this terrifying sniping ability. Therefore, the more Master Bard thought about it, the more he couldn't let David live. With such an enemy, and knowing their identity, did he have to be careful every day to guard against David's sudden attacks? It was impossible for these weapon masters to stay together all the time. Even the two brothers couldn't stay together all the time. As long as they were separated, it would be hard to say if they could survive David's attacks. I'm coming, David replied with a laugh. He put Godolphin's wrath on his back, and with a wave of his hand, the shadow attendant took out the grade 3 heavy axe from the space ring and appeared in his hand. The short wings on David's back spewed out energy, and his figure flew towards the direction of the hall where the 5 weapon masters were. However, he didn't directly enter through the isolation door on the side, although he could completely control the door to open and then close it after entering. David's figure flew in space along the temporary isolation door and the remnants of the cabin wall. The grade 3 heavy axe in his hand cut through the door and the remnants of the cabin wall. Although the isolation door and the remnants of the cabin wall were hard, how could they compare to a grade 3 heavy axe? In front of a grade 3 heavy axe, they were easily cut open like a piece of paper. At this time, David controlled the K-4 military electronic countermeasure photon computer on his arm and closed the 2 passages in the hall. This time, it wasn't just the door that was closed, but the isolation door was closed as well. The sudden closure of the 2 doors shocked the 5 weapon masters and the 2 deputy commanders. They instinctively wanted to rush towards the door. However, at the same time, the isolation door from the hall to space broke open, and it broke open along with the entire wall. Due to the difference in air pressure, the wall that was cut open by David's grade 3 heavy axe was blown into space by the air pressure from the inside to the outside. The number of cracks on the walls continued to increase, and in a short while, the hall became an environment that was connected to space. What is he trying to do? Vice Commander Gore exclaimed. Let's get out of here. Harmon also shouted. Guys, it looks like we have to break through the wall. We can't stay here any longer. Although Master Bard didn't understand what David was going to do, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. David must have come up with some vicious plan. Thinking back to David's previous arrangement, he lured more than 400 Kaji together and then detonated the Kaji powder bomb, killing all 400 Kaji in one fell swoop. At that time, it was fortunate that they did not participate in the encirclement of David with the Kaji. Otherwise, they might end up like the Kaji. Now that something unexpected had happened, Master Bard naturally didn't want to stay. Quick, break through the wall on the left. It's not far from the central business district. Let's go there and fight David. Master Johns agreed. Just as the 5 weapon masters rushed towards the wall on the left, David operated the K-4 military electronic warfare optical supercomputer and issued a command. Instantly, the 5 weapon masters who were running felt their bodies lighten. Damn, David turned off the gravity system. Quickly switch to the internal gravity system of the exoskeleton armor. Master Bard immediately understood what happened and shouted. The exoskeleton armor had a built-in gravity system. This was the device that allowed the Kaji to run freely on the ground in a gravity-free environment in space. Once there was no gravity, the exoskeleton armor didn't have space flight equipment. If they didn't turn on the internal gravity system, they wouldn't be able to maintain their body's agility. However, turning on the internal gravity system also had its disadvantages. Their movements would be slower than usual. The 5 weapon masters didn't want to fight David in this situation at all. In this environment, it would be good if they could even use half of their combat power. Therefore, after the 5 weapon masters turned on the internal gravity system, they continued to rush towards the left wall. They were already very close to the left wall, and now they were only 10 meters away from it. No, don't kill me. Behind them, Deputy Commander Gore's pleading voice came. Then came 2 screams. The 5 weapon masters knew that the 2 deputy commanders had been killed by David. David had killed the 2 Kaji pinnacle experts very easily. The 2 deputy commanders were probably scared out of their wits by David's previous massacre. Now that they had lost gravity, they had just used the internal gravity system when David approached them from behind. David did not run here. He was using the space flight function of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. The short wings and the other nozzles of the exoskeleton armor allowed him to fly at high speed in a gravity-free environment. When he got close to the 2 deputy commanders, they also saw him, especially when they saw the level 3 heavy axe in his hand. This discovery made the 2 deputy commanders completely despair. In terms of combat power, environment, equipment, and other aspects, he completely crushed the 2 deputy commanders. This made the 2 deputy commanders, who were usually in charge of analyzing and commanding battles, instantly collapse under the continuous attacks. David only swung 2 light slashes and took the lives of the 2 Kaji pinnacle experts. He then casually put away their level 2 weapons. He continued to chase after the 5 weapon masters. At this time, the 5 weapon masters had already reached the wall and were using their level 2 weapons to break the wall. 5 of you, didn't you choose the environment? Now fight with me, David said with a laugh. David didn't understand what the 5 weapon masters were thinking. How could he rush over and fight to the death without any preparation? He wasn't stupid enough to face 5 weapon masters alone. Ever since he sparred with Master Leo of the First College of Iridia, he understood that his weapon mastery wasn't invincible. The world was too big, and there were too many strong people. Therefore, he wouldn't underestimate any strong person, even if he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. Who knew if the 5 weapon masters didn't have special talents like him? David created the current situation because he considered the advantages of his exoskeleton armor. The exoskeleton armor custom-made by Master Macintosh had helped David many times. Why do we stay here and wait for David to fight with us? This was the thought in the 5 weapon masters' minds. They couldn't understand why they stayed here after the 48 normal Kaji were killed. They waited for David to change the environment before they thought of leaving. They only realized this when they were at a disadvantage. This was different from their usual state. They were all experienced fighters and had a very strong sense of danger. It was strange that the 5 weapon masters didn't plan to discover David in advance. In fact, David did use a little trick. Although he didn't talk much with the 5 weapon masters in the public channel, he activated a new ability that he had obtained. David's 12% max level negotiator ability, also known as Master Negotiator. After activating this ability, although he couldn't use any attractive words due to their hostile relationship, he could still make his words more believable. Every ability that reached the master level was very practical. This was because reaching the master level was the peak of the industry. The peak of every industry was an absolute genius. The peak of any industry required talent suitable for the industry. Coupled with hard work and study, it was possible to become a master of the industry. Therefore, although David didn't say much during the whole process, the effect was to make the 5 weapon masters believe that David would definitely fight them to the death here. Whether it was David killing the 48 normal Kaji or stalling for time, the 5 weapon masters didn't suspect anything. This was the terrifying aspect of a master negotiator. It was a formless influence. Through every sentence, every word, they could influence everyone. It wasn't until the 5 weapon masters realized that they were at an absolute disadvantage that they thought of this. You guys continue to break the wall. Bard and I will block him together. Master Bard turned around and saw David rushing towards them. He also saw the green glow of a grade 3 weapon. He was shocked, but he immediately made up his mind. He knew very well that as long as he and Bard worked together, no matter how strong the opponent was or how great the environment's influence was, he wouldn't be able to defeat the 2 brothers in a short time. This was confidence. It was the confidence that had been cultivated after fighting with numerous weapon masters. All right, we can break the wall in 30 seconds at most. You guys hold on. Master Johannes replied loudly. The spear in Master Johannes' hand wasn't easy to cut, but his control of the spear was too strong. At this moment, every slash of the spear in his hand wasn't any less effective than Master Bryce's heavy axe. Logically speaking, the most suitable person to turn around and face David should be Master Bihan. The Grade 2 Warhammer in his hand was the least suitable for breaking through walls. However, Big Bard and Little Bard's combined attacks were the strongest, and they had taken the initiative to make the first move. Therefore, Master Behan didn't say anything. He only used the hammer in his hand to continuously smash the hole that the other two weapon masters made. David flew over, so his speed was naturally very fast. However, when he was 10 meters away from Master Bard and Master Bard, David forced himself to stop. In his perception, the Bard brothers were standing together. Although there were two of them, David felt that they were one person. A person with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 4 legs. It was a very strange feeling, but David believed in his own perception. This situation could only mean one thing. The cooperation between Master Bard and Master Bard was like a person with 4 arms and 4 legs at the same time. With the cooperation between Master Bard and Master Bard, not to mention 2 weapon masters, even 2 elite Kaji would be able to increase their combat power exponentially. After making this judgment, David immediately went all out. He activated his extreme speed and strength shock talents and shot out the spirit arrow from the Soul Fortress. After that, David charged again from 10 meters away. Just as he was about to make contact with the Bard brothers, he shot out the spirit arrow. It wasn't that David hadn't used the spirit arrow on a weapon master before. He discovered that the weapon master could sense the spirit arrow to a certain extent. He remembered that when he fought against the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group leader Norton, his slumbering pattern was discovered after he used it. So this time, when he was extremely close to the Bard brothers, he shot out the spirit arrow. The spirit arrow shot towards Master Bard. Master Bard clearly sensed that something was shooting towards him, but he didn't see it. He wanted to dodge, but the spirit arrow was too fast. The spirit arrow shot into Master Bard's body and immediately affected his spirit, causing it to be attacked. Originally, a secret technique like the spirit arrow could only affect one person at a time, but Master Bard and Master Bard were different from ordinary people. They had a natural telepathic ability with each other, and it was this ability that allowed them to become powerful weapon masters in the Starfield. When the two of them worked together, they were unmatched. But it was this telepathic ability that allowed Master Bard to feel the effects of Master Bard's spirit attack at this time. The Bard brothers shouted at the same time. It was only half a second. Although the spirit arrow attacked the Bard brothers at the same time, the effect of the attack was also shared by the Bard brothers. If there were other helpers at this time, they would definitely be able to survive this half a second. But at this time, the other 3 weapon masters were frantically breaking the wall. The 3 weapon masters were very confident in the Bard brothers, and it was because of this confidence that the 3 weapon masters didn't think that the Bard brothers would have an accident. How could David let go of this opportunity? After using the spirit arrow to attack Master Bard, he immediately chopped at Master Bard Jr. with his axe. But at this time, Master Bard Jr. suddenly opened his defense and almost threw away his weapon to cover his head. So David's downward chop directly split open Master Bard Jr.'s head. David was also very surprised, but his battle instinct didn't stop him at all. This was thanks to his many life and death battles, as well as the battle knowledge orbs he fused with. It was these that made his battle experience so rich that even the battle-hardened old Kaji couldn't compare to him. The 3rd grade heavy axe cut open Master Bard Jr.'s head and made a turn in the head. At the same time, the 3rd grade heavy axe attacked Master Bard Sr. when the 3rd grade heavy axe touched the skin of Master Bard Sr.'s head had just recovered, but it was all too late. Chapter 284. When Master Johns heard Master Bard screams, he knew the situation wasn't good. The hole in the wall was just big enough for him to pass through. Without hesitation, he jumped through. Master Bei Huan was a step behind. Just as he was about to catch up, Master Bryce was 1 step ahead of him. How could Master Bei Huan not know this was a matter of life and death? He grabbed the back of Master Bryce's exoskeleton armor. Master Bryce was also anxious. He swung his level 2 heavy axe at Master Bei Huan without hesitation. Master Bei Huan used his level 2 warhammer to block. His hands didn't stop moving. He had already thrown Master Bryce behind him. He himself had successfully passed through the hole. Master Bryce was the weakest of the 5 weapon masters. In this life and death situation, he had become a sacrifice. Master Bryce didn't have time to curse. A green light was coming at him. He immediately used his grade 2 heavy axe to block, but the handle of the grade 2 heavy axe in his hand split into 2. That green light didn't stop at all as it passed through his grade 2 heavy axe. Regret, annoyance, and unwillingness became Master Bryce's last thoughts. Then, his head was split open by the green light. The green light cut from top to bottom, from his head to his body. David looked at the hole in the wall and couldn't help but shake his head. He was still too slow. He casually put away the weapons of the 3 weapon masters. He didn't even let go of the broken level 2 heavy axe. He wasn't going to use it anyway. He just treated it as a level 2 material. David looked at the position of the 2 weapon masters who escaped. He also let the shadow attendant go through the wall to check the situation inside. He didn't dare to let his guard down. Although the 2 weapon masters escaped, he didn't dare to underestimate them. Master Johns and Master Bei Huan weren't as brave as he thought. They didn't dare to ambush him behind the hole. David went through the hole and tore open a door on the side. He used the door to block the hole. The powerful suction force made the door firmly fixed on the hole. The hole was fine for a short period of time, but it was hard to say what would happen if it stayed there for a long time. It might affect the entire area, and he didn't want all the passengers in the area to die because of this. The passengers here were not protected by exoskeleton armor like he was. Master Johns, Master Bei Huan, it's very fair now. Let's fight to the death, David said calmly through the public channel. Master Johns and Master Bei Huan ignored him. Previously, for some unknown reason, they had been waiting for David in the hall, allowing David to calmly set up the formation. This had caused the 2 weapon masters to be on guard. At this moment, David's master negotiator ability was no longer effective after the 2 weapon masters were alerted. This had something to do with the weapon master's naturally powerful spirit. With enough preparation, the weapon master's spirit could negate the influence of a master negotiator. This was also related to the fact that the master negotiator's ability didn't have any offensive power. It was a gentle ability that would only work if the opponent wasn't prepared for it. Masters, you can't escape. David didn't try to tempt them anymore. He said in a deep voice. Then he exerted force in his legs and chased after the 2 weapon masters. Everyone who could hear the public channel understood one thing at this moment. In the battle between David and the 5 weapon masters, David had an absolute advantage. Although it was impossible to know the whole process of the battle, the result was very obvious. 3 of the 5 weapon masters were either dead or had lost the ability to fight. Only Master Johns and Master Bei Huan were escaping. Master Bard Sr. and Master Bard Jr. actually lost. Everyone who had heard of the Bard brothers repeated this sentence in their hearts. The reputation of Master Bard Sr. and Master Bard Jr.'s teamwork was enough to make any weapon master want to immediately turn around and leave when they saw them working together. This was the reputation that they had gained through countless battles, whether in public or private. It was a reputation that was confirmed by the blood of many weapon masters. But today, the Bard brothers were defeated. They were defeated in the hands of one person. Moreover, the Bard brothers had 3 other weapon masters as helpers. Among these helpers, other than Master Bryce, who was not very famous, Master Johns and Master Bei Huan were the 2 most powerful weapon masters on the planet. Many people who were listening to the public channel once again had the same evaluation in their hearts. Kaji is invincible. Because there were only these 2 enemies left, David no longer had any scruples. He kept his extreme speed and strength oscillation talents activated. This allowed him to reach a terrifying speed after using the short wings on the back of the custom-made exoskeleton armor. This kind of almost straight-line pursuit was the most suitable for the short wings. His speed was getting faster and faster. Although there was a turn, David only needed to transfer the impact to his feet and step on the wall at the corner to make a quick turn. However, he would leave 2 deep footprints on the wall. Master Johns and Master Bayhun did not run separately. They knew very well that once they ran separately and were caught by David, they would not even have the ability to fight back. This was the judgment of the 2 weapon masters, based on the fact that Master Bard Sr. and Master Bard Jr. were killed in an instant. Master John's and Master Bayhun's combat power was nothing compared to the combined combat power of Master Bard Sr. and Master Bard Jr. Therefore, although they were in the gravitational environment, which was indeed fair to David, they did not have the slightest intention of fighting with David. Of course, another reason was that the investors of this operation were all dead. They did not get any rewards for fighting. Whether it was because of credits or their lives, they did not want to fight with David. Anyway, the space in the interstellar flyby was big enough. They believed that if they kept running in the interstellar flyby, David would naturally stop when he could not catch up with them. However, this was not the case. Just as Master Johns and Master Bayhun ran into a tunnel, they heard a terrifying explosion behind them. That was the sound of air exploding due to excessive speed. This would only appear when one reached the speed of sound. Someone actually reached the speed of sound while running, especially when running in the interstellar flyby. In fact, this was partly because of Master Johns and Master Bayhun. Most of the escape routes they chose were straight, which gave David enough time to accelerate with the short wings on his back. Master Johns and Master Bayhun looked at each other. They both knew that they were in trouble. Once we get out of the tunnel, let's run separately, Master Johns said in a deep voice. Okay. Master Bayhun replied without hesitation. Now that they no longer wanted to fight back, they would live as long as they could. Everything had shown that David's strength was very terrifying. It was so terrifying that the 2 veteran weapon masters had lost their confidence. Speed was one of Kaji's strengths. Previously, David had proven his combat ability by killing the Bar brothers. Now that he had displayed this kind of speed ability, the 2 weapon masters' last bit of confidence was shattered. After the 2 weapon masters got out of the tunnel, they did not hesitate and ran in 2 different directions. Less than a second after the 2 weapon masters separated, David's figure appeared at the spot where they had parted. On David's helmet, the 2 weapon masters' separated light spots told David that the final danger had been dealt with. Battles were not only decided by combat power. There were many other factors involved. The reason why David kept pressuring and using the short wings to accelerate was to tell the 2 weapon masters that his speed was enough to catch up to them. He wanted to kill the 2 weapon masters at the same time. However, in reality, David did not have any confidence that he could face 2 weapon masters at the same time. If he could really kill these powerful weapon masters, why would he use so many methods to create an advantageous battle environment for himself? Now that David had used the arrow of spirit and the sleeping pattern was a bit slow, it was not effective against weapon masters. He had already used his most powerful method. If he were to face Master Johns and Master Bayhun at the same time, he would most likely have to use his exoskeleton armor's 3rd-grade defense to exchange injuries for injuries. Even if he won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Therefore, he used psychological tactics. He used the momentum from killing the 3 weapon masters to continuously suppress Master Johns and Master Bayhun. Finally, the 2 weapon masters separated in order to stall for time. David's feet stomped heavily on the ground, creating a deep dent in the alloy floor. He turned left and chased after Master Johns. Master Johns heard the sound behind him, and his face changed. He smiled bitterly. He did not expect David to choose to chase after him first. He had only run 40 meters. With his rich combat experience, he knew that he could not run anymore. Master Johns turned his head. He held the 2nd-grade spear in his hand and got into a battle stance. He was ready to stab with the 2nd-grade spear at any time. David's figure appeared. However, what Master Johns did not expect was that David was holding a weapon that should not be in his left hand. David's left hand was holding a second-grade large shield, and his right hand was holding a third-grade heavy axe. The problem was the second-grade large shield. Master Johns did not see David holding such a weapon before. Large shields had always been the nemesis of spears. A spear's attack was focused on stabbing, but a large shield defense was unreasonable and covered a large area. Master David, can we settle this peacefully? Master Johns did not use the public channel. Instead, he directly used the exoskeleton armor's sound amplification function to ask. He did not want to fight with David because he knew that he did not have enough confidence. This was a taboo in a high-level battle. David stood in front of Master Johns and said in a deep voice, "Master Johns, if you had made such a request before the battle, I would have accepted it. However, there is no possibility of peace between us now. Master David, do you think that you can block my attack with a shield?" Master Johns heard that there was no possibility of peace. He immediately tightened his grip on the spear in his hand and shouted. As he shouted, the second-grade spear in his hand quickly stabbed out. This stab was extremely fast. David had already activated his mental power. In his eyes, the speed of Master John's second-grade spear was much faster than his own spear. Of course, this was easy to understand. David's spear mastery was only at 1% perfection. He had just reached the master level. David blocked with a large shield in his left hand. Master John's spear stabbed into the large shield. As a veteran spear master, Master Johns naturally had his own experience in dealing with the large shield Kaji. The power of this stab was extremely strange. The spear slid across the surface of the large shield like a fish trying to break through the defense of the large shield. In Master John's mind, although David had a large shield in his hand, the spear master's attack could not be blocked with just a large shield. However, when Master Johns felt the spear in his hand slid across the large shield trembled slightly. This caused the originally smooth movement of the spear to directly come into contact with the large shield. Master John's spear collided with the large shield and made a crisp sound. Master Johns immediately withdrew his spear. However, David did not hesitate. He used his entire body to support the large shield and approached Master Johns. Master Johns did not expect David to be a shield master. Only a shield master would be able to use such a technique to counter a spear. Although it was only a slight tremble, it required the large shield Kaji to thoroughly analyze the power of the spear on the large shield and use the tremble to break the spear's power. Master Johns did not want David to get close. He turned his spear around and used the other end of the spear to heavily hit David's large shield. If it was a normal shield master, they would not be able to directly observe when using this move. They could only use their experience to judge the opponent's response. However, when the opponent was a veteran spear master, this kind of judgment would be wrong. However, David was different. The shadow attendant was right above them and watching the entire battle. Therefore, when Master John's spear hit the large shield and wanted to push David back, the rank 2 large shield in David's hand used a deflecting technique at the most appropriate time to divert the power of the heavy blow. David's shock force also did not have any effect. When Master Johns felt that something was wrong with the length of the spear, he lightly shook the spear to neutralize the shock force on the spear. However, David used this opportunity to get closer to Master Johns. Master Johns wanted to retreat, but his speed was not as fast as David's and could not increase the distance between them again. At this moment, David was finally ready to use his rank 3 heavy axe. Compared to the heavy axe, the spear's attack range was about 2 meters further. At this moment, David was only 2 meters away from Master Johannes. This distance made it difficult for Master Johannes' spear to unleash the attack it should have. Chapter 285. It wasn't because David was stronger than Master Johns, but because David used the most suitable way of fighting. The appearance of the big shield caught Master Johns off guard. What surprised Master Johns even more was that David was a shield master, which gave David a slight advantage in the battle. Using this advantage, David was able to get close to Master Johns. When Master Johannes once again struck the shield with his spear in an attempt to force David back, the shield was sent flying and smashed into the wall at the side. David, who was behind the big shield, held the rank 3 heavy axe with both hands and attacked with all his strength. This attack contained the skills of an advanced heavy axe master and the acceleration of the extreme speed talent. It was the best time to attack under the state of mind explosion. Master Johns had goosebumps all over his body. His sense of danger was frantically warning him that death was in front of him. He made a final effort to retrieve the rank 2 long spear and try to block in front of him. However, he stopped halfway because David was faster than him. The rank 3 heavy axe swept across his neck. Master Johns felt the world become quiet. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to have sped up. He thought of many things and regretted it. He regretted many things. He regretted accepting this mission for the sake of wealth. He regretted making David his enemy. However, the most important thing was that he had underestimated David's power. When David used the rank 3 heavy axe to make a fatal attack, Master Johns knew David's true power. From David's attack, Master Johns could tell that David's control of the heavy axe was very strong. It was far beyond what David should be able to do at his age. However, this was far from what Master Johannes had guessed. David was only an advanced heavy axe master, while Master Johannes was a pinnacle spear master. If Master Johns had known about this, he would have gone all out against David. Even if David had the talent of power shock and was much faster than him, it would still not be that easy to kill him. At least he could have fought with David until both of them were injured. This was what Master Johns thought before he died. As his head was chopped off, his consciousness also disappeared. David let out a long sigh of relief. This Master Johns' power was beyond his imagination. The power shot talent that David was so proud of was negated by Master Johns' casual shake of his spear. This was the strength of a peak-level spearmaster. This realm was not something David could understand. However, David's eyes lit up because he sensed that the shadow attendant had absorbed Master John's soul. When he had the time, he could fuse with Master John's spear mastery to reach the pinnacle of spear mastery like Master John's. David casually let the shadow attendant put away the rank 2 spear on the ground. Then, he looked at Master Bahan through his helmet. David realized that Master Bahan was actually heading towards the special class cabin area. He could not help but be shocked. What was Master Bahan trying to do? Master Bahan's face under his helmet was red. Even his face was a little red. His breathing had also become a lot heavier. This was an abnormal state. After Master Bahan separated from Master Johns, he did not hesitate to use the cell activator. The cell activator was a type of medicine that would put one's life on the line. After using it, it would cause permanent damage to the body and directly reduce the user's lifespan. However, it could greatly increase the user's strength, speed, and other aspects. The cell activator that Master Bahan used was not the cheap stuff that Kaji used. Although the cell activator he used couldn't remove the negative effects, it increased the effect by a lot. Master Bahan's target was clear. It was David's companion on the Galactic Shuttle, the famous female singer Emma. The reason why they did not make a move on Emma before was because Emma's family's power made the mercenary group not dare to go too far. Master Bahan lived on Lunka Planet. Naturally, he knew how terrifying the power behind Emma was. However, at this moment, Master Bahan's life could not be guaranteed. Why would he care about the power behind Emma? What he wanted to do was to enter the special class cabin area as fast as possible, find Emma, and use her as a hostage. Of course, if he could not find Emma, he could also capture some important special class passengers. This would also tie David down. Master Bahan knew that with David's speed, if he was in his normal state, he would not even be able to reach the special class cabin area before being caught. Therefore, Master Bahan used the injection device in the exoskeleton armor to inject this cell activator into his body. He did not care about the side effects. This was the only way to achieve the fastest speed. Master Bahan's blood seemed to be boiling. This caused his strength to increase greatly. His feet stepped on the ground, creating a deep hole in the hard alloy floor. His body shot out like a sharp arrow. When David finished off Master John's and paid attention to Master Bahan was already not far from the special class cabin area. Leona, take Emma and find a way to hide. The danger of the galactic shuttle's destruction has been dealt with, but there is still an enemy heading towards the special class cabin area. Do not let him find you. I'll be there right away. David contacted Emma's female bodyguard, Leona, and ordered, Mr. David, don't worry. Nora and I have received this kind of training. We will hide well. Leona immediately replied. There was a trace of relief in her voice. Compared to facing the galactic shuttle's destruction and needing to escape in an escape pod in the unknown universe, being able to stay in the galactic shuttle was much safer. David believed Leona's words. He also saw that the yellow symbol representing Emma and the two female bodyguards did not leave the escape pod. Instead, they entered the escape pod. David also saw that the escape pod was in an activated state. It seemed that Leona had chosen this method to protect Emma. This was indeed a good idea. Once an enemy threatened them, they could use the escape pod to leave the galactic shuttle at any time. The galactic shuttle was not destroyed anyway. As long as David dealt with the enemy, they could return to the galactic shuttle. David smiled. He exerted force on his feet and chased after Master Bihuan. Stop! You are not allowed to enter. The head of security, Jerome, saw a Kaji approaching their line of defense and could not help but shout loudly. Scram! Master Bihuan roared. He did not slow down. Instead, he increased his speed and rushed towards the 30 Kaji's defensive formation. Big Shield Kaji block him. The rest of the Kaji surround and kill him. Jerome saw that Master Bihuan was still rushing towards them and ordered loudly. Master Bihuan was currently in a berserk state. He felt that his strength was almost limitless. Just running was not enough for him to release his strength. He wanted to find someone to fight. The level 2 warhammer in his hand borrowed the momentum and heavily smashed onto the large shield in the hands of Big Shield Kaji. His speed was too fast. Before the two heavy axe Kaji behind this Big Shield Kaji could chop down on Master Bihuan with their axes, Big Shield Kaji was sent flying backwards. No one would have thought that Big Shield Kaji would be sent flying with a single hit. Big Shield Kaji's body slammed into the two heavy axe Kajis, causing a few other Kajis behind to fall. Using this bit of chaos, Master Bihuan rushed into the battle formation of the Kaji's defensive formation. These Kajis were not elite Kajis. Their battle strength was around the level of a middle-tier Kajis. It must be known that Kajis were paid. The truly powerful Kajis would rarely do such a job. With Master Bihuan's battle strength, even if he did not use the cell activator, he could still break apart the formation of the Kaji's defensive formation. Right now, Master Bihuan's battle strength had soared. At the same time, his mind was in a berserk state, and he did not care about life or death. This made the Kajis, who only cared about their own safety, unable to face him. Although Jerome was yelling loudly, the situation was still completely suppressed. Master Bihuan's level 2 warhammer struck left and right, sending two more Kajis flying. Once again, they crashed into the Kajis behind them. Every single one of the soldiers who were struck by Master Bihun's attacks died instantly. After 6 Kajis were killed consecutively, the Kaji's defensive formation crumbled. They continuously retreated and parted to the sides, opening up a path for Master Bihun. Jerome really wanted to go up and stop him himself, but he hesitated. He knew who this was. There is only one person above the Galactic Flymaster who used a warhammer, and that was Master Bihuan. This was an extremely famous and powerful weapon master on Lunka Planet. He was not someone a small security manager like Jerome could deal with. When his life was in danger, Jerome chose to live. When Master Bihuan rushed through the path that the Kajis had opened up, he casually sent another Kajis flying, creating a dent in the alloy cabin wall. His speed was very fast. The first thing he did was to rush to VIP cabin number 6. He did not see Emma's figure. He then kicked David's cabin number 7 open. Similarly, he did not see anyone. Master Bihuan could already feel his stamina dropping. His boiling blood was slowly cooling down. This was the cell activator losing its effect. This process would still take a few minutes, but he did not dare to waste any more time looking for Emma. Master Behuan kicked open cabin number 5. The two Kajis inside attacked Master Behuan, but they were instantly killed by Master Behuan. "Listen to my orders. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all," he said to the trembling middle-aged man in formal attire. "We'll listen to your orders," the middle-aged man quickly said. Knowing that he would not die for now, he felt a bit more at ease. "Open the doors one by one. Call all the passengers out," Master Behuan ordered in a low voice. "Yes, I'll go now." The middle-aged man did not hesitate as he walked out of the cabin door. "All VIP cabin passengers, listen up. If you don't walk out the cabin door immediately, I will kill everyone in the cabin." Master Behuan stood in the middle of the corridor, shouting through the exoskeleton armor. Then he saw that when the middle-aged man called for cabin number 4, it did not open. Master Behuan did not say much. He kicked open the door and rushed in. Soon, a few corpses were thrown into the corridor. This kind of deterrence was very effective. One by one, the passengers walked out of the cabin door. Among them were the bodyguards Kaji. These bodyguards Kaji blocked the people protecting them behind them. However, Master Behuan did not seem to want to see any Kajis around. He rushed out, and the bodyguards Kajis were sent flying. His strength and speed now exceeded that of a peak Kaji, and he also had the fighting skills of a peak Warhammer Master. The bodyguards Kajis who tried to resist were all killed by him. "Let's work together," a bodyguard Kaji shouted. There are also 10 bodyguards Kajis here. Unfortunately, even if they worked together, it was useless. The passengers who could not fight could only lie on the ground. The cowardly ones cried, while the brave ones peeked at the battle. Because of David's pressure, Master Behuan's battle was very fast. When David arrived at the special cabin area, he saw that there were no longer any bodyguards Kajis at the entrance. There were only a few bodyguards Kaji's corpses left behind. When David walked into the special class area, he saw nearly 50 passengers. These passengers were all from the special class suites. The passengers in the medium-sized suites were too far away, and the time was too short, so Master Behuan didn't have the time to rush out. These passengers stood in front of Master Behuan, cowering. They looked at David with hopeful eyes, as if they were placing their hopes on David. "Master David, I just want to live. Don't come over. If you come near, I will kill you. These people's identities are not simple. Every death will be on your head," Master Behuan said in a low voice. "Master Behuan, your bottom line is shocking. You are actually capable of doing something like this." David did not step forward. He shook his head and said, "When I was on Battlestar, I was trapped in the insectoid territory. In order to survive, I was even willing to eat the corpses of my comrades. What can I do to survive?" Master Behuan said with a big laugh. David realized that Master Behuan's condition was not right. David had a very strong sense of the mind. Master Behuan's mental state was not at all like the mental state that a weapon master should be in. If it was under normal circumstances, or if he didn't use the cell activator, Master Behuan wouldn't have said such a thing. But now that the cell activator was fading, his spirit had already dropped to a level far lower than normal. "Master Behuan, don't get too worked up. Look, this person here is injured. Can you let me take him to the doctor?" David said to Master Behuan in a strange voice. David realized that Master Behuan's mental state was not right, so he activated his Master Negotiator ability. His voice was full of trust. This was a very subtle hint. Master Behuan looked at the injured passenger, then looked at David. His eyes were full of hesitation. Chapter 286. David's words were very tempting to Master Behuan. David had said that he would send the injured passenger to a doctor. In other words, as long as David took the injured passenger away, David would be able to leave in a short period of time. As long as David left, he would have more time to arrange everything. Of course, the most important reason for this was David's ability to negotiate. This was why Master Behuan couldn't help but think of this when he heard David's words. Master Behuan thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, you take him away, but don't try anything funny. Otherwise, I'll just wave my war hammer, and everyone around me will be killed. Of course, I don't want anything to happen to these people either. I can't bear the consequences," David said softly as he put the second-grade heavy axe back on his back. David had already put the third-grade heavy axe into a space item before he entered. He saw the dots of light that represented normal people and Master Behun's dots on his mask. He knew what was going on. Naturally, he wouldn't take out a weapon like the third-grade heavy axe that would provoke Master Behun. He slowly walked forward. Under Master Behun's gaze, he reached out to grab the injured passenger. The injured passenger was very agitated. The passengers beside him wished that they weren't injured. However, these passengers were very rational. None of them said anything. There was a crazy Kaji here, and he was also a weapon master. Most of the passengers had already guessed Master Behun's identity. It was because of this that the passengers didn't dare to make any strange movements. When David reached out to grab the injured passenger, a slumbering rune appeared. David was taking a risk. He was betting that Master Behun's mind had a problem and couldn't discover the slumbering rune. David believed in his senses. The slumbering rune went around the passengers in front of Master Behun and flew into Master Behun's body. Within Master Behun's soul, after the slumber pattern appeared, it immediately transformed into many tiny slumber patterns. They began to madly absorb Master Behun's soul energy and grow. If Master Behun was in his normal state, not to mention the sleeping pattern entering his body, even if David used it, Master Behun would have noticed. But right now, when the slumbering rune entered Master Behun's soul, it didn't even raise his guard. This was the result of having his mind weakened. Master Behun felt that David's speed in taking the injured passengers away was a little slow. He was about to get angry when he realized that his head was a little dizzy. He shook his head and tried to get rid of the feeling. Just as Master Behun shook his head, David made his move. His hands and feet pushed off the ground, and he pounced forward like a cheetah. David didn't immediately take out his weapon from his back. He also didn't let the shadow attendant take out his weapon from his portal ring. There were too many people here, and he didn't want to reveal some secrets. The passengers standing in front of Master Behun felt David's exoskeleton armor hit their bodies, but there wasn't any terrifying impact. Instead, there was a pushing force that pushed them to the side. When David rushed in front of Master Behun, Master Behun reacted. But by this time, David's hand was already grabbing on a Master Behun's level 2 Warhammer. For a Warhammer Master, if his weapon was grabbed by someone else, his fighting power would be reduced by half. David didn't have a good time either. Although the effects of the cell activator were disappearing, Master Behun's strength was still stronger than a normal peak Kaji. With a wave of Master Behun's hand, David's body was moved. David was already prepared. He kicked Master Behun in the chest, and then he was thrown away by Master Behun with a wave of his hand. David had done all of this for this kick. This was the fastest way to attack. If he had waited to take out his weapon, the opportunity would have disappeared. This kick contained a shockwave force. This wasn't like when two weapons collided. One could use one's control over one's weapon and borrow the characteristics of a level 2 weapon to dissipate the power of the shockwave force. This kick's shockwave force had actually taken effect on Master Behun's chest, and it had taken effect when his mental state was extremely poor. Master Behun's body stiffened. He immediately understood that this was the innate ability shockwave force. He was very experienced in dealing with innate abilities like shockwave force, and he had the corresponding techniques. He began to adjust his body's strength to fight against the shockwave force. But because Master Behun's mental state wasn't good, the techniques that he normally used with ease were a lot shakier. After being thrown out, David somersaulted in the air and landed on both feet. He kicked off with force and charged towards Master Behun again. This time, he had a military knife in his hand. It was the transcendent military knife. David's mental energy exploded. He let out a loud roar. This roar contained a trace of his mental energy. This was something he had learned from Emma. But he couldn't sing like Emma, who could let her mental energy spread out through her voice. He could only do it through roaring. Of course, the actual power of this roar was very low. It couldn't even be considered a mental attack. It could only deal with ordinary people and cause them to feel a bit dizzy. It had no effect on Kaji, who had a much stronger body. David didn't want to use this method to deal with Master Behan. He just wanted to affect the ordinary people here. His roar caused all of the passengers to feel dizzy, and in that short period of time, David charged in front of Master Behan. Master Behan was also dispelling the effects of the power shock, and the distance between the two was only 50 centimeters. Just as Master Behan was about to attack, he saw a strange scene. David's arm disappeared as he swung out, and then he felt pain. All of the strength in his body was quickly draining away. He wanted to swing the second-grade warhammer in his hand, but this was an extremely easy action. He couldn't do it. The second-grade warhammer in his hand was incomparably heavy. Transcendent. Master Behan wanted to say the name of this weapon, but he couldn't say anything else. David pulled out the transcendent military knife from Master Behan's jaw. This transcendent military knife had pierced through Master Behan's jaw all the way to his brain, giving Master Behan a fatal blow. When the passengers woke up, they saw David removing the second-grade warhammer from Master Behan's corpse and holding it in his hands. Master David, thank you. A passenger bowed deeply. This kind of etiquette wasn't commonly used in the Interstellar Federation. It was a great gift to express gratitude. Master David, thank you. The rest of the passengers also reacted, and their voices were filled with the joy of being reborn. You guys contact Captain Bulwer and the security guards. I still have to find my companions. David waved his hand and said. He ran towards Emma's location. At the same time, he sent a message to Leona. He didn't want Leona to think that an enemy had come and fly out of the galactic airship in an escape pod. David, are you hurt? When David arrived at the escape pod, Emma had already come out. When she saw David arrive, she immediately went up to check and asked with concern. I'm not hurt at all. I have the exoskeleton armor protecting me. David smiled as he patted the exoskeleton armor on his body. You're really not hurt? Emma asked in disbelief. Leona's exoskeleton armor could receive the public channel. Emma also heard what kind of opponent David's enemy was. In her opinion, no matter how strong David was, there was no way he could come out unscathed. Especially David's exoskeleton armor, there was a lot of blood. This made Emma even more worried. David had no choice but to remove the exoskeleton armor. After he came out of the exoskeleton armor, he turned around in front of Emma so that Emma could see more clearly. These people are too bold. They actually dared to commit murder in the galactic airship. Are they not afraid of the law? Emma saw that David was indeed unhurt and couldn't help but begin to condemn the mercenaries Kaji. Emma, didn't I say that I suspected that they were targeting me? David looked at Emma apologetically. Then he continued, It's confirmed that these mercenaries' target is me. They accepted a mission to kill me. I've implicated you. Don't say that. This isn't something you can decide. Emma reached out to stop David from continuing. David and Emma talked as they returned to the special class cabin. The two female bodyguards behind them looked at David with a completely different gaze. In the past, although David was very strong, the two female bodyguards didn't have a real understanding. They only knew that David was stronger than them. However, after this incident, they finally understood how terrifying David was. Master David, how are the 5 masters? Leona finally couldn't help but ask. This was one of the few times that Leona took the initiative to interrupt David and Emma's conversation. She also changed the way she addressed David. That should be Grandmaster Behoan's body. Grandmaster Johannes' body should be in a tunnel 2 regions away from here. The other 3 Grandmasters' bodies should have already drifted into space. David thought for a moment and replied to her very accurately. Leona felt her mouth go dry. As a Kaji, she knew very well how terrifying these weapons masters were. After the mercenary Kaji was taken care of, the galactic airship also began to restore order. The service staff of the galactic airship sent the injured to the doctors for treatment. Repairs were also carried out everywhere. As the galactic airship was severely damaged, especially in the cockpit, the repair work was very huge. The explosion in the cultivation area also damaged the outer shell of the galactic airship. Before the outer shell was repaired, the galactic airship couldn't enter warp speed. With the distance between the galactic airship and Azure Star, if it didn't enter warp speed, just flying slowly would take years. This was something that no passenger could accept. These frightened passengers couldn't accept this result. While Captain Bulwer was comforting the passengers, the first batch of rescue arrived. It was the military's 3 Thunderbolt V-type frigates. "Master David, are you free?" Captain Bulwer pressed the doorbell of David's room and asked. The door of David's room was destroyed by Master Ben. At this moment, all the maintenance staff were repairing the fragile hull of the ship. The door wasn't repaired yet. However, Captain Bulwer didn't dare to go in like this. This was the terrifying Master David's room. "Come in." David heard the voice and recognized it as Captain Bulwer's voice. He just took a shower and cleaned up the blood on the custom-made exoskeleton armor. Now that he was free, he was about to sit down and check the shadow attendant's harvest. Captain Bulwer carefully led the way with the colonel following behind him. "Master David, this is Colonel Mathen who came to rescue. He wants to know some things from you." Captain Bulwer respectfully introduced to David. "Master David, it's an honor to meet you." Colonel Mathen took the initiative to step forward and said with a smile, "Colonel Mathen, how can I help you?" David made an inviting gesture for Colonel Mathen to sit down and ask. Colonel Mathen sat down and turned on the recording function on his identity bracelet in front of David. This was to let David know that he needed a recording. It was also an expression of goodwill. In fact, if Colonel Mathen had turned on the recording function on his identity bracelet in advance, David wouldn't have known. However, this was an attitude of respect for the strong. "Master David, I want to understand the situation of this attack from you. You are the person who knows the most." Colonel Mathen smiled and said respectfully. Then he asked, "Do you know the identity of the attackers?" "I know the names of 3 mercenary groups. They are the Shadow Mercenary Group, the Red Fire Mercenary Group, and the Blue Ice Mercenary Group. I also know the names of 5 weapon masters, but I don't know the rest." David answered truthfully. Colonel Mathen seemed to be shocked by the names of the 3 mercenary groups. His face was a bit ugly. "As far as I know, the Kaji of these mercenary groups were targeting you. What is your relationship with them?" Colonel Mathen asked again. "I'm sorry, I don't know why you say that. I'm just an ordinary victim. I only took up a weapon to defend myself when my life was threatened. This is also the right given to me by the Interstellar Federation." David naturally wouldn't be fooled and say that it was related to him. The ability of a master negotiator was not useless. "Master David, I need to tell you that you killed 2 thoroughly. If you don't come out and tell the truth, it will be very difficult for us to pursue the responsibility of the 3 mercenary groups." Colonel Mathen said with a difficult expression, "I don't have any grudges with the 3 mercenary groups. Whether or not you pursue the responsibility of the mercenary groups is between you and the mercenary groups. It has nothing to do with me," David said in a deep voice. Chapter 287. "Master David, we need you to stand out as a witness. Otherwise, with the power of the 3 mercenary groups, you will never be able to get rid of their pursuit." Colonel Mason stared at David and said. Although Colonel Mason was extremely shocked by David's strength, he wanted David to stand out as a witness. At the same time, David would also become a bait. The 3 mercenary groups would definitely not let go of David, the person who had killed so many of their Kaji. In this way, as long as Colonel Mason guarded David, he would be able to continuously make contributions. For Colonel Mason, this kind of contribution was easily obtainable. This kind of big case had a strong influence and was highly valued by the higher-ups. Due to the influence of the 3 mercenary groups, the case was not something that the government could deal with. Colonel Mason was the first to arrive at the scene, so he naturally wanted to take the case into his own hands. As long as he could show the merits he deserved in this case, it would be an important basis for Colonel Mason's future promotion. In the current situation, the 3 mercenary groups had indeed caused huge consequences, but all the people involved were dead. Without a confession from the criminals, It was too difficult to bring the 3 mercenary groups to justice. This was a problem with the judicial system. Even if they could bring down the 3 mercenary groups, it would be many years later. At most, the 3 mercenary groups would have to hand over a few scapegoats. Such a long time, coupled with the results that could be achieved, could not be compared to the merits obtained by using David as bait. Colonel Mason, I have already made it very clear. I am just an ordinary student. When I was threatened, I acted to save myself according to the laws of the Interstellar Federation. If there is any problem with what I did, please find me through the court, not the military. David said in a deep voice, Master David, this is not up to you. I hope you can come back with me for investigation. Colonel Mason's voice also became tough. He was not afraid that David would dare to resist. David dared to kill hundreds of Kaji mercenaries, but David definitely did not dare to make a move against the military, not even the ordinary soldiers of the military. Colonel Maxian, get out of the galactic airship. Report to your superior and ask him to send someone to replace you. A middle-aged man with grizzled hair wearing a gray windbreaker walked in. His tone was very calm, but his words were extremely domineering. You? Colonel Mathin was shocked and angry by these words. He stood up and looked at the door as he spoke, but when he saw the person who came, the words in his mouth stopped. Transcendent Melvin, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. Colonel Mathin did not give a military salute, but bowed apologetically. It could be seen that he was extremely afraid of Melvin Transcendent. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you haven't left in 3 minutes, then you'll stay here forever. Melvin Transcendent's tone was still calm. I'll leave now, Colonel Mathin said with a pale face. When he lowered his head, he glanced fiercely at David. David naturally felt this gaze, which made David frown. This Colonel Mathin was troublesome. With David's character, he had the idea of solving him immediately. With David's thought, a terrifying killing intent erupted from David's body and wrapped around Colonel Mathin. Colonel Mathin suddenly felt creepy. It was the same feeling he had when he was only half a meter away from a Zerg. His life would be stripped away at any time. David, let him go. He won't dare to cause trouble. I guarantee it with the reputation of the galactic airship. Transcendent Melvin looked at David and said with interest in his eyes. David didn't plan to do anything to Colonel Mathin in the galactic airship. It was just that after killing more than 600 Kaji, his killing intent had not calmed down. After being provoked by Colonel Mathin, his killing intent rose again. David withdrew his killing intent, and Colonel Mathin stumbled out of the door. After rushing out of the door, his inner clothes were all wet with cold sweat. Although he knew about David's record before, Colonel Mathin, who did not participate in it, did not understand how strong David was. Besides, he had a military identity. He didn't care how strong David was. But when David had the intention to kill him, he understood how terrifying David was. Colonel Mathin no longer wanted to retaliate. This was not only because of David's strength, but also because of the warning from Transcendent Melvin. Transcendent Melvin's guarantee with the reputation of the galactic airship was actually telling Colonel Mathin that David was under the protection of the galactic airship. Besides, Colonel Mathin's status in the military would definitely decline because he was expelled by Transcendent Melvin. He couldn't even take care of himself. So how could he have time to find trouble with David? Sir Melvin. Captain Bulwer also recovered at this moment and looked at Transcendent Melvin with a look of extreme admiration. Transcendent Melvin nodded to him and turned to look at David. Transcendent Melvin, thank you. David thanked sincerely. Once he was taken away by the military, many things would be out of his control, especially his cultivation, which would be greatly affected. David, sit down. Transcendent Melvin first sat on the sofa and then greeted David. When David sat down, he turned to Captain Bulwer and said, I have something to discuss with David. You go and deal with the affairs. Captain Bulwer quickly bowed and left. David, I have heard of your name for a long time. In the previous gatherings, Fox often mentioned you. Transcendent Melvin said with a smile. It was Uncle Fox who boasted. David quickly waved his hand and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am one of the shareholders of the Galactic Airship Company. I would like to thank you on behalf of the Galactic Airship Company for this incident." Transcendent Melvin bowed slightly to David and said, "Transcendent Melvin, in fact, this incident was also caused by me. The target of these mercenaries was me. I brought trouble to the Galactic Airship Company." David told the truth. David didn't want to hide this kind of thing, and he couldn't hide it. The Galactic Airship Company would know as long as they checked. Throughout the entire process, the goal of these mercenaries had always been very clear. They used various means to kill David. "David, you bought the Galactic Airship ticket, so you are our guest. Your safety on the ship should be our responsibility." These mercenaries dared to make a move on the Galactic Airship because they didn't put the Galactic Airship Company in their eyes. This has nothing to do with whether you are the target or not. Today it is you. Then there will be others in the future. Transcendent Melvin looked at David with appreciation and said, in fact, before coming, Transcendent Melvin learned some things. He also knew that David was the target of the mercenaries' attack. David's attitude made Transcendent Melvin very satisfied. As for whether David was the target, it didn't matter at all. The Galactic Airship Company was in the transportation business. Protecting the safety of the guests was the responsibility of the Galactic Airship Company. The biggest responsibility this time was actually the Galactic Airship Company itself. Captain Bulwer put more than 600 Kaji on the Galactic Airship. The Galactic Airship Company would conduct a self-inspection. Melvin Transcendent Melvin wouldn't say it in front of David. In particular, the appearance of the Krypton crystal powder bomb made Melvin Transcendent Melvin even more shocked. The Galactic Airship's scanning system would not allow this kind of prohibited weapon to board the ship. Whether it was carried on the person or transported through cargo, it was the same. The only possibility for the Krypton crystal powder bomb to appear on the Galactic Airship was that there was a loophole in the Galactic Airship security. It could be the security system or the personnel. These were the reasons why Melvin Transcendent Melvin came. The most important thing was that David killed all the mercenaries. This was to protect the reputation of the Galactic Airship Company. These mercenaries dared to do such a big thing and slap the face of the Galactic Airship Company. There must be an end to it. Needless to say, the end was to blow up the Galactic Airship directly. The loss to the Galactic Airship would be fatal. Therefore, Melvin Transcendent Melvin was more grateful to David. "David, what are your plans for the 3 mercenary corps?" Melvin Transcendent Melvin looked at David and asked. "Melvin Transcendent, I don't quite understand what you mean." David also looked at Melvin Transcendent Melvin and asked, "I have studied your files. Your means of dealing with enemies have always been to kill them. These 3 mercenary corps attacked you like this. You will not react." Melvin Transcendent Melvin said with a faint smile. David slaughtered so many Kajis on the Galactic Airship. 1 against 600, including 5 famous weapon masters. How could Melvin Transcendent Melvin not check David's details? When he saw David's file, Melvin Transcendent Melvin was shocked. David, who had just graduated from high school, had killed more than 1,000 Kajis, including this time. As for the number of people who died indirectly in his hands, it was more than 10,000. After being attacked by the organization, how could David just endure it like this? "With you taking action, there is no need for me," David replied with a smile. When he saw Melvin Transcendent Melvin, David was surprised by the courage of those mercenaries. The Galactic Airship Company actually had a transcendent. Those mercenaries still dared to cause trouble on the Galactic Airship. Weren't they courting death? "Do you think Transcendent can do whatever you want?" Melvin Transcendent Melvin shook his head and said with a wry smile. He opened a map in front of him and continued, "Transcendent have their own areas of protection. The other Transcendent will be regarded as a provocation if they enter rashly. If they are friends, it will be fine. If the relationship is not good, then it will cause a direct conflict." Melvin Transcendent Melvin clicked 3 times on the map light screen and marked 3 names on it. They were the stations of the Red Fire Mercenary Corps, Blue Ice Mercenary Corps, and Shadow Mercenary Corps. This is Jacques Star, known as the Holy Land of Mercenary Corps. In a space near Jacques Star, there are more than a dozen abandoned space fortresses. These space fortresses were handed over to Jacques Star for management after being abandoned. Jacques Star sold them to some mercenary corps. These 3 space fortresses are the stations of the Red Fire Mercenary Corps, Blue Ice Mercenary Corps, and Shadow Mercenary Corps. Jacques Star is guarded by Gerald Transcendent. He is a mercenary. He enjoys the mercenaries' offerings and also provides the mercenaries with the duty of guarding. My relationship with Gerald Transcendent is not good. If I go there, I will only fight with Gerald Transcendent, but I can't do anything to these 3 mercenary corps. Melvin Transcendent looked at the light screen and introduced it to David. Can't we sue them through the law? David asked, baffled. The attack this time was very clear. It was the 3 mercenary corps who attacked. Isn't it better to go through the law? The law can indeed achieve some effect, but the attack is in this unowned space. If we finally choose to go through the legal process, we have to do it on Jacques Star. It is estimated that it will take a few years to complete the first legal process. Even if there is a final result, it will not have much impact on the 3 mercenary corps. Melvin Transcendent shook his head and said, "So the Interstellar Flyboy Company is not going to take any action?" David asked uncertainly. "Of course not. I came to you this time, on the one hand, to thank you for everything you have done. On the other hand, I want to ask you to attack the stations of the 3 mercenary corps." Melvin Transcendent replied with a smile. "Transcendent Melvin, you can't go to Jacques Star. With my strength, I don't dare to provoke Transcendent." David shook his head and said with a wry smile. David wanted to find trouble with the 3 mercenary corps. He just wanted to use the opportunity to find the members of the 3 mercenary corps in the future and sneak attack them for revenge. He never thought of going to the stations of the 3 mercenary corps. He was not really invincible. There were so many powerhouses sent by the 3 mercenary corps this time. The stations must be heavily defended with many powerhouses. Haha, you don't have to worry about Gerald Transcendent. The existence of Gerald Transcendent is just to prevent other Transcendent from interfering with the mercenaries on Jacques Star. He will not intervene in the conflicts between the other mercenary corps or Kaji. If he intervenes, I will take action, Melvin Transcendent promised with a smile. Transcendent Melvin, do you think so highly of me? David said helplessly. David, from today onwards, no one will doubt your title of invincible among the Kaji class. The names of the Bard brothers, Johns, Bihan, and Bryce are all famous in the Iridia star field. Only Bryce is worse, but he's also a veteran heavy axe master. No Kaji in the entire star field dares to say that he can deal with the Bard brothers calmly, let alone kill them easily. I believe that only you can successfully attack the stations of the 3 mercenary corps. Of course, we won't let you go alone. The company will send 100 elite Kaji, as well as equipment and intelligence support. If you think it's impossible, you can retreat at any time, Melvin Transcendent said with a smile. David did not speak. He was thinking about Melvin Transcendent's opinion. He did not feel that Melvin Transcendent was forcing him, but these 3 mercenary corps did pose a threat to him. If he didn't get rid of them, he didn't know if they would attack him again in the future. However, he wasn't too worried. With his powerful ability to sense danger and the shadow servant accompanying him, he was confident that he could face any danger. As long as the opponent wasn't a Transcendent, he could deal with it. But he was worried about Emma. This time he exposed his relationship with Emma. He believed that some trouble would fall on Emma in the future. Chapter 288. I agree to go to Jacques Star, but I don't need Kaji to accompany me. I only need the support of equipment and intelligence. David thought about it and decided in a deep voice. David, do you really not need the help of elite Kaji? The company's elite Kaji is not weak. 100 elite Kaji can help you a lot. Melvin Transcendent looked at David unexpectedly and said, although he was very satisfied with David's agreement, David's arrogance made him a little uncertain. For me, having other Kaji accompanying me will affect my actions. I am not used to cooperating with unfamiliar Kaji. In addition, I have some special requirements for equipment. David insisted. David knew too many secrets about himself. He didn't want the Interstellar Flyman Company's elite Kaji to accompany him. First, these elite Kaji would greatly affect his speed advantage. On the other hand, he didn't think that he could use Kaji to attack the base of the 3 mercenary corps. That would be too inefficient and would cause a lot of casualties. Although a lot of casualties were what David wanted, he didn't want Kaji on his side to die. The important reason why Melvin Transcendent persuaded David to retaliate against the 3 mercenary corps was that David needed a lot of souls to improve himself. It would be better if there was a master-level knowledge light ball. You have the final say in the battle. I will let elite Kaji stop at the periphery of Jacques Star. If you need support, call them. Melvin Transcendent shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect David to be so stubborn that he wanted to deal with the 3 mercenary corps by himself. He asked again, "Do you have any special requirements for equipment?" Melvin Transcendent thought that he should satisfy David to a greater extent in terms of equipment. "Transcendent Melvin, I need Krypton crystal powder bombs. The more the better." David did not hesitate and immediately stated his request. "This?" Melvin Transcendent hesitated. He thought for a moment before he made a decision. 3 at most, no more. With my relationship, 3 is already very troublesome. 3 is enough. A smile appeared on David's face. As long as he had the Krypton crystal powder bombs, this mission would be much easier. "David, I don't know where these mercenaries got the Krypton crystal powder bombs, but Krypton crystal powder bombs are taboo weapons of the military. If you expose your whereabouts during a mission in the Jacques Star area, then you'd better not use the Krypton crystal powder bombs. Otherwise, the military will trouble you. I will not admit that the Krypton crystal powder bombs came from me," Transcendent Melvin reminded. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that all the mercenaries in the mercenary group had died, just the use of the Krypton crystal powder bombs would have been enough to make the mercenary group suffer. Even in this situation, the military had begun an investigation to investigate the loss of the Krypton crystal powder bombs. "Okay, no problem." David nodded in response. "You don't think that I asked you for no reward, right?" Transcendent Melvin suddenly said to David with a smile. David was stunned when he heard the words. In the face of Transcendent Melvin, although the other party did not show any strength, the aura made him not consider the reward. "First of all, I will come forward and let Interstellar Flyby sign an ambassador contract with Emma. Emma will become the ambassador of Interstellar Flyby. After the 3 mercenary groups are attacked, I believe that no one will dare to take the risk of offending Interstellar Flyby Company, and you at the same time to deal with Emma." Transcendent Melvin smiled and said the first reward. "Transcendent Melvin, thank you for your consideration." David originally didn't feel much about the reward, but this first reward made him very satisfied. The second reward is the Mastermind Spirit Potion. Transcendent Melvin waved his hand and took out 2 glass test tubes from the space wristband and placed them in front of David. David took the test tube and looked at the green potion inside, but he didn't find any information about the Mastermind Spirit Potion in his memory. "Sorry, I didn't know that you haven't come into contact with level 3 potions. This Mastermind Spirit Potion is extracted from the brain fluid of the level 3 Zerg Mastermind King Zerg as the main material. It can improve a person's spirit according to their talent. Although different people use different potions to improve their spirit, this is still a rare potion that can improve spirit. It is above average among level 3 potions." Transcendent Melvin did not exaggerate and introduced it with a smile. When David heard the name Mastermind King Zerg, he couldn't help but be shocked. Mastermind King Zerg was not an ordinary Zerg. As a King Zerg, the Mastermind King Zerg was the spiritual connector of the Zerg. It could connect a large number of Zergs together to fight as a whole. When the Mastermind King Zerg appeared, it could usually increase the combat power of the Zerg by 100%. After the number of Zergs increased greatly, this ratio would still increase. The Mastermind King Zerg was not like the bewitching brainworm that had no close combat ability. In addition to having a terrifying spiritual connection ability, the Mastermind King Zerg also had a strong body. It had the close combat ability of a normal level 3 Zerg. At the same time, it could also use some mental attacks. On the battlefield, the appearance of a Mastermind King Zerg was more threatening than the bewitching brainworm. The value of a potion made with the brain fluid of this powerful mastermind King Zerg, as the main material, could be imagined. At least David had never heard of the name of this potion. In addition, David also heard the name of a level 3 potion for the first time. He had never heard of it before. The reason why the Mastermind Spirit Potion is only above average among the level 3 potions is not that the potion is not effective, but this potion is only effective for the first time. This greatly reduces the value of the potion. Melvin Transcendent continued to introduce. There are 2 bottles here. David looked at the 2 bottles of Mastermind Spirit Potion in his hand and couldn't help but feel strange. There is a bottle for you to give to Emma. I don't know how a kid like you can pursue a girl. Melvin Transcendent couldn't help but shake his head and said. Although Melvin Transcendent had not heard Emma's live singing, he had heard Emma's song, My Heart Will Go On. He also knew that Emma was a talented singer who used her mental ability to influence the audience. It was difficult for this kind of singer to improve herself because each kind of potion to improve mental ability was extremely precious. It was far from being able to be bought with credits. It just so happened that he had 2 bottles of Mastermind Spirit Potion in his hand. This time, David had helped the interstellar traveler and owed him a big favor. He had no way to get a suitable reward in a short time. Naturally, he thought of Emma's needs and thought of giving 2 bottles of potions. Thank you. David heard Melvin Transcendent's words and couldn't answer, so he could only thank him. In the future, when trading with Transcendent, you don't have to care about other items. Only level 3 items are the items that Transcendent pays attention to. Melvin Transcendent reminded David with a smile. Melvin Transcendent's reminder was also to guide the younger generation. He also regarded David as an existence that was extremely close to Transcendent. The most important thing in trading between Transcendent was level 3 items. The rest of the items that could be bought with credits were nothing to Transcendent. It was very easy for every Transcendent to earn credits as long as he needed them. Some forces were even willing to directly give out a huge amount of credits just to make friends with Transcendent. I won't bother you anymore. This is the contact information of my deputy, Hastings. Contact him when you are ready. In addition, you will also change to another interstellar traveler to Glazed Blue Planet tomorrow morning. You won't stay here for too long. Melvin Transcendent stood up and said with a smile, I will stay in Glazed Blue Planet for a few days and then contact Mr. Hastings. David also stood up and said his arrangements. David sent Melvin Transcendent out of the room, then sat back on the sofa, looked at the 2 bottles of Mastermind Spirit Potion, and thought about his future plans. He took out the K4 military electronic countermeasure photon computer, then connected it to the interstellar traveler's interstellar communicator, and then sent a few instructions to Lunka Planet. In David's villa on Lunka Planet, the Sky Intelligence System began to work, searching for information about the 3 mercenary corps. On the Thundersnake modified spaceship docked at the Lunka Planet spaceport, Captain Hope received an order from David, asking him to immediately gather the crew and fly the spaceship to Glazed Blue Planet to pick up David. Without any hesitation, Captain Hope immediately issued an order to gather several crew members who were still resting on the ground, immediately returned to the Thundersnake modified spaceship at the fastest speed. An hour and a half later, the Thundersnake modified spaceship left the spaceport. After David did this, he had time to check the harvest this time. This time, the number of Kaji who died in his hands reached more than 600. In addition, because the Shadow Mercenaries forced the interstellar traveler out of the warp state, many unprepared passengers were injured and died. David did not count the number of people who died, but the number of souls of ordinary people absorbed by the Shadow Attendant reached nearly 100. David summoned the Shadow Attendant. When he saw the Shadow Attendant, David had a feeling that the Shadow Attendant seemed to be more agile. David used various methods many times, but he did not find any abnormalities in the Shadow Attendant. The only abnormality was that the Shadow Attendant could be 40 meters away from his body. David could not understand the changes in the Shadow Attendant. In his opinion, As long as this connection did not change, he could still control the shadow attendant. After all, the shadow attendant was just a reward from an unknown god that David used the wrong sacrifice. It was not surprising that there were unknown changes. As long as this change did not affect David's control of the shadow attendant, David could accept it. So far, except for the fact that the shadow attendant could not improve much after absorbing a large number of souls, which was a bit strange, everything was still under David's control. David pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, and the soul energy rushed towards him like a tide. In David's soul, a torrential rain was falling. In the seedling in his soul fortress, the consumed arrow of spirit was rapidly recovering. With this spiritual gain, David did not care about this little loss. Besides, the environment he was in now was not safe. The sooner he recovered the arrow of spirit, the sooner he would have a trump card to deal with the enemy, which was very important. The rain came and went quickly. After the rain disappeared, David felt that the walls of the soul fortress had become thicker. On the walls of the soul fortress, two huge patterns appeared. It was the sleeping pattern and the bewitching pattern. David connected the sleeping pattern and the bewitching pattern with his mind and found that he could use these two patterns at any time. In the past, David could only draw the sleeping pattern at most. As for the bewitching pattern, it required the sleeping pattern to absorb enough soul energy from the enemy's soul to form. But now, as long as he wanted to, he could activate the sleeping pattern and the bewitching pattern at any time, just like the arrow of spirit. Of course, after using the sleeping pattern and the bewitching pattern, it would take a while to recover, just like the arrow of spirit. This already made David very happy. The sleeping pattern in the past would lose its effect when facing someone with a powerful spirit. Even if he met someone who could be affected by this sleeping pattern, it would still take some time to bewitch them. In a battle, every second was extremely important. David could directly use the bewitching pattern to turn his target into his puppet, just like how he bewitched the brainworm. Open the status panel. David ordered the shadow attendant. Then David's status panel appeared in front of him. His spirit had increased to 6. 35. It was previously 6. 02, but now it had increased by 0. 33. Seeing this increase, David understood that if he wanted to increase his spirit in the future, he would have to enter a cruel battlefield with a huge amount of souls to provide. One must know that this time he had killed 5 weapon masters and absorbed their souls. The souls of these weapon masters were extremely powerful. Adding in the souls of 600 Kaji, 200 of which were elite Kaji, and 100 of which were normal souls, it was only enough to increase his spirit. Although it only increased by 0. 33 spirit, when David looked around, he could feel the benefits of the increase in spirit. His perception had become more sensitive, and he could faintly feel the subtle fluctuations in the air. Those were the fluctuations of various signals. These kinds of fluctuations could only be detected through instruments, but now, when David fully activated his senses, he could feel some of the stronger fluctuations. This was useless because even if he could feel the fluctuations, he couldn't analyze the meaning of these fluctuations. Maybe if his spirit was stronger, it would be possible. Thinking about increasing his spirit again, he couldn't help but look at the mainframe spirit potion in front of him. However, he wouldn't use it before he truly understood the mainframe spirit potion. Even Emma would have to wait until he fully grasped the potion before he allowed her to use it. David began to count the spoils of war in his portal bag. When he saw that it was almost filled to the brim with all kinds of level 2 weapons and 32 pieces of level 2 materials, he began to worry about how to deal with these spoils of war. Chapter 289. After David finished checking the storage items, he turned his attention to the knowledge balls in the shadow attendant's body. He had great expectations for the knowledge balls this time. Each of the 5 weapon masters was extremely powerful. It could be said that compared to the weapon masters he had encountered before, except for Master Leo from the First College of Iridia, no other weapon master could compare to these 5 weapon masters. In this battle, David had gone all out. He had used his strategies and tactics to the extreme to achieve such a result. In fact, Master Bard Big, Master Bard Jr., and Master Bryce hadn't been able to show their strength at all. David had used tactics and strategies to gain an absolute advantage. Although he had shown great confidence when going against the 5 weapon masters, he was very clear about his own strength. After David's weapon mastery reached the master level, it was almost impossible for him to practice and improve on his own. Other people's lifetime of experience, from practice to battle to life and death trials, would only improve their weapon mastery. However, he had easily integrated it for his own use. This was already an extremely fast improvement. If he wanted to improve even a little bit, it would take years of practice and hard work alone. Therefore, David was very eager to see the knowledge balls he was about to see. He looked at the shadow attendant's body. The green light was very conspicuous among the many knowledge balls. David's heart skipped a beat. There were definitely more than 5 green master-level knowledge balls. He controlled the shadow attendant with his mind and separated all the green knowledge balls. A total of 17 master-level knowledge balls almost made David's mind go haywire. He had never thought that there would be so many master-level knowledge balls. David used his mind to command the shadow attendant to display the attributes of all the masterclass knowledge balls. Immediately, David saw the detailed attributes of the 17 masterclass knowledge balls. Singing, 88% perfect. Literature, 91% perfect. Literature, 34% perfect. Mathematics, 86% perfect. General, 84% perfect. Electronic countermeasures, 45% perfect. Unarmed combat, 66% perfect. Stealing, 80% perfect. Spaceship piloting, 77% perfect. Finance, 95% perfect. Finance, 66% perfect. Finance, 91% perfect. Spear mastery, 98% perfect. Heavy axe mastery, 99% perfect. Heavy axe mastery, 83% perfect. Warhammer mastery, 97% perfect. After seeing the detailed attributes of so many master knowledge balls, David guessed why he had obtained so many knowledge balls. It could be said that everyone who could travel to the glazed blue planet was an elite of the Lunka planet. They were also the best in their respective professions. Ordinary people did not have that many credits or the corresponding authority to go to glazed blue planet for a vacation. This was a selection based on one status. About 100 ordinary people had died this time. These people were all elites in their respective professions. In most professions, becoming a master was not as dazzling as becoming a weapon master. They would only be famous in their own professions. For example, the singing, 88% perfect, knowledge ball came from a professor. He was not famous for singing. Instead, he was a music professor who had taught many famous singers. The music professor's knowledge of music, especially his expertise in singing, was far superior to the top singers of today. Therefore, David obtained the singing, 88% perfect, knowledge ball, which was the summary of the music professor's lifetime knowledge. The other 4 master-class knowledge balls of literature, mathematics, and general came from a tour group of special class teachers. A few of the special class teachers died in an accident, and David obtained the knowledge of 4 of them. The electronic countermeasure, 45% perfect, knowledge ball was provided by the electronic countermeasure master from the Shadow Mercenary Group. However, the electronic countermeasure master died in such a cowardly manner that he was killed by David before he could even reveal his identity. Of course, even if the electronic countermeasure master had revealed his identity, David would not be as fond of talents as the other organizations. He would probably kill the electronic countermeasure master even faster to obtain the electronic countermeasure master's knowledge. Empty-handed combat, theft, and spaceship piloting. Some of them came from passengers, while others came from special masters among the mercenaries. However, they all died in silence. As for the 3 financial knowledge balls, David guessed that they were probably provided by the special people who died in the special class cabin. Only by mastering finance to such a degree could one become an elite in the Interstellar Federation's special class cabin. David did not know the use of the financial master's ability. Perhaps after mastering this ability, he could revive the funds that had been thrown in the bank and generate more credits. However, David's ambition did not lie in this. Unless he did not have enough credits, he would not need to earn credits. In the end, David finally paid attention to the 5 masterclass knowledge balls of Spear Mastery: 98% Perfect, Heavy Axe Mastery, 99% Perfect, Heavy Axe Mastery, 83% Perfect, and Warhammer Mastery, 97% Perfect. He was 100% sure that these 5 knowledge balls were provided by the 5 weapon masters. Looking at these knowledge balls, David realized how terrifying they were. David's strongest weapon mastery was 70% Perfect Heavy Axe Mastery, but even the weakest of the 5 weapon masters had reached 83% Perfect Heavy Axe Mastery. Especially Master Bard Senior and Master Bard Junior, their Heavy Axe Mastery had reached 99% Perfect. Perhaps if David did not kill the Bar brothers, they might be able to upgrade their Heavy Axe Mastery to perfect level in the near future. In this world, it would be very difficult to find a pair of twin brothers with the same incomparably powerful weapon talent. Moreover, it would be even more difficult to have enough room for growth and time to upgrade. It must be known that even Master Bard Senior and Master Bard Junior, in the process of growing up, they had been accompanied by death countless times. It was not until they became advanced Heavy Axe Masters that they rarely encountered danger. Almost all opponents could be dealt with by the brothers working together. David did not absorb the knowledge balls that night. He needed to adjust his body to the best state before absorbing these masterclass knowledge balls to avoid any wastage. The next morning, David insisted on taking the level 3 Strength and Meat and practicing advanced Kaji body technique and soft body technique. He entered the gene repair cabin at 7 o'clock. David believed that with Melvin Transcendent in charge, no one would dare to cause trouble on the interstellar flyby. Perhaps Melvin Transcendent also hoped that someone would come out and let Melvin Transcendent vent his anger. At 7:30 in the morning, David and Emma had breakfast together. Just after breakfast, through the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, the two saw the same interstellar flyby approaching. The new interstellar flyby was not as dilapidated as the one David was on. David was very clear about the situation of the interstellar flyby he was on because most of the damage was caused by him. Dear guests, I'm Captain Newell. I'm in charge of the next voyage. All passengers, please go through the connecting channel to the new interstellar flyby. The original cabin arrangement remains unchanged. If you have any questions, please ask the staff. The new Captain Newell issued a notice. In a conference room of another medium-sized spaceship, all the management and service staff of the damaged interstellar flyby, including Captain Bulwer and Jerome, were gathered here. Their identity bracelets were banned, they were not allowed to communicate, and their personal belongings were confiscated. 20 Kaji wearing helmets guarded these people. None of these Kaji spoke. They looked at these people as if they were looking at prisoners. Captain Bulwer looked at the logo on the chests of the 20 Kaji, and his face showed a bitter expression. These were the interstellar flyby's law enforcement Kaji. So many law enforcement Kaji were dispatched at once. It could be seen that the interstellar flyby attached great importance and dissatisfaction to this incident. Even if Captain Bulwer did not make any mistakes this time, he would not have the chance to return to the captain's position. Needless to say, Captain Bulwer's mistake this time was not small. Compared to the worried Captain Bulwer, a few people among these people had ugly expressions. They were very clear about what they had done. If they had known that the other party was not simply smuggling goods, they would not have given up their principles for the sake of those credits. What awaited them was not the law, but the private handling of the interstellar flyby. Although lynching should not appear in the interstellar era, lynching had never disappeared. These people would not be sent to any administrative planet, but to the private base of the interstellar flyby company. That place was not covered by the law. At this time, no one cared about the original captain and the staff. All the passengers entered the new interstellar flyby under the guidance of the new staff. Of course, the passengers in the special class and first class cabins still enjoyed special treatment. David and Emma, with 2 female bodyguards and 2 staff members pushing a luggage cart, entered the special class cabin of a new interstellar flyby through a special passage. Emma also contacted director Houston and 3 other members of the film crew. They were lucky. Only one member of the film crew was slightly injured. There was no problem with their actions. It would not affect their work when they arrived at Lulan Star. There was no trouble in the subsequent voyage. This was also related to the transcendent Melvin. Even if there were some passengers with bad intentions, with a transcendent present, no one dared to have any ideas. When they arrived at Lulan Star, it was nearly 20 hours later than the expected time. Not only did the Interstellar Flyby Company refund the credits for the purchase of the tickets, but they also sent all the compensation to the identity bracelets of all the passengers according to the contract. Except for the passengers who died, most of the rest of the passengers showed a satisfied attitude. The compensation for the dead passengers was a troublesome matter. It required the Interstellar Flyby Company to negotiate with the families of the dead passengers. That was not the concern of David, who got off the ship now. The Interstellar Flyby was parked in the space of Lulan Star. It was impossible for such a large interstellar spaceship to enter the atmosphere. Whether it was in terms of design or function, it did not have the ability to navigate the atmosphere. Therefore, David, Emma, the 2 female bodyguards, and director Houston, the 3 members of the film crew, all got on the landing spaceship. Due to the special care from a Melvin Transcendent, David was assigned a dedicated landing spaceship, not a shared spaceship like the other special class passengers. It's so beautiful, like a pearl in space. David looked at Lulan Star outside the porthole of the landing spaceship and exclaimed. Lulan Star, which was slowly approaching, was a giant blue water ball. White clouds floated above the giant water ball, making Lulan Star look like a flowing watercolor painting. The landing spaceship rushed into the atmosphere, and David saw Lulan Star more clearly. On the surface of Lulan Star, there were a few lighter blue areas, and the landing spaceship was in one of them. When the landing spaceship descended vertically, David saw a strange city outside the window. The city floated on the light blue water, and the entire city covered an area of about 10 square kilometers. The surface was completely made of transparent materials, and there were no buildings on the horizontal surface, only some plants. The city was like a large piece of ice, but because of the green plants growing on it, the ice was full of vitality. When they got off the landing spaceship, 2 hover cars were waiting for them. Emma covered her face and entered one hover car with David and the 2 female bodyguards, while the other 4 entered the other hover car. Miss Emma, we've arranged for you to stay at the edge of Crystal City. It's very close to your filming location, so it's very convenient. The driver of the hover car was a young woman, and she was very excited when she saw Emma. She couldn't keep her voice steady when she introduced her. Sorry to trouble you, Emma said with a smile. It's no trouble at all. If you're free, can you give me an autograph? The young woman asked nervously. No problem. Emma was used to this kind of situation, so she was very comfortable with it. David sat at the side and watched. At this moment, Emma's aura was very strong, and she had the aura of a true superstar. The hover car arrived at the edge of Crystal City, but it didn't stop. Instead, it came to a road that extended outwards, and after another kilometer, they saw a garden. All kinds of beautiful flowers were in full bloom under the influence of the strange and warm climate. The hover car entered a downward slope somewhere in the garden, and David was surprised to find that they were driving towards the sea. The hover car stopped, and David got off the car. He found that they were in a garage, but the difference was that the walls here were transparent, and he could see the sea and all kinds of life in it. This was a unique experience. It was like living at the bottom of the sea. The sea creatures here were also very special. Because Crystal City was located in fresh water and close to the sea creatures here were completely different from the sea creatures in other places. After that, they began to distribute the rooms. This underwater villa was very big, and other than the private bathroom and cloakroom, almost all the walls were transparent, and one could enjoy the beautiful scenery in the water at any time. Chapter 290. David woke up at 5 o'clock again. In the gym, surrounded by seawater, he completed the advanced Kaji body art and soft body art. By then, it was already 7 o'clock. David, who was focused on his cultivation, did not notice that not far from the gym, Emma was watching David with tears in her eyes. As a top singer, Emma was very emotional. When she saw David's exposed skin full of scars, she really wanted David to stop his crazy cultivation. However, Emma knew very well that this was David's own choice. The reason why David was known as the invincible Kaji body art and was able to defeat and kill more than 600 mercenaries in Kaji body art was because of David's crazy cultivation spirit. It was no wonder that David asked for a genetic repair cabin everywhere he went. Without it, with David's cultivation method, his body would not be able to take it in a day or two. After his body was repaired, David changed into the clothes that Emma prepared for him and left the gym. Although his clothes were casual clothes, they were more suitable than the clothes he bought himself. Perhaps this was what he was the worst at. When he was having breakfast with Emma, David could feel Emma's care and gentleness. The attack on the galactic flyby had strengthened the relationship between the two of them. Because of the trouble they encountered on the way here, the plan was delayed by a day, so Emma had to work in the morning. David followed her. He would be going on an adventure soon, so he treasured every moment he spent with Emma. In addition to director Houston and 3 other members of the film crew, there were also some local staff working with them. It could be seen that Emma's company was very powerful and had permanent staff on Cerulean Planet. A total of 3 ships sailed into the sea. The reason they chose to float on the surface of the sea and use propellers to propel the old-fashioned ships was also a feature of Cerulean Planet. Only this kind of travel was the most suitable for the sea and was also the most prominent feature of Cerulean Planet. Of course, this was also related to the shooting of the music video. Although only Emma participated in the shooting this time, in order to create the mood of the song, the old-fashioned ships and Emma's cooperation were still needed. This kind of cooperation would also be refreshing for the audience. David did not know much about this. It was all Emma who told him before they went to the shooting location. The location they chose to shoot in the Blue Aral Sea area, so they would be away from the freshwater area, about 100 kilometers away from Crystal City. Fortunately, although the 3 ships were old-fashioned, they used Krypton crystal engines. The propulsion generated was extremely powerful, and the ship's speed was far superior to those in David's previous life. The 3 ships traveled at an astonishing speed of 200 kilometers per hour in the sea. Even though David was used to the speed of light of spaceships and could even surpass this speed for a short period of time on the ground after wearing the exoskeleton armor, the feeling of breaking through the sea and flying on the sea still made his blood boil. This time, the 2 female bodyguards, Leona and Nora, brought their exoskeleton armors and weapons. They did not wear any armor on the ship, but they always carried them in their hands in case of danger. David also brought a set of exoskeleton armor and a second-grade heavy axe protected by a leather sheath. Ever since he was attacked on a galactic spaceship, he did not dare to be careless. Above his head, the shadow attendant was 40 meters in the air, observing the environment in the distance. There was no trouble at all until they reached the destination. The shooting process had nothing to do with David, so he stayed on a ship and sat under a parasol. He drank fruit juice and watched Emma work in the sea a few hundred meters away from him. This was also the first time David saw an official shooting in this world. Although it was just a short music video, the actual shooting crew was only 4 people, and there was only 1 cameraman. However, when David saw the shooting with his own eyes, he really felt the difference in the shooting method of this world. The cameraman, on the other hand, was controlling 16 flying cameras. They surrounded Emma and captured every possible shot they could possibly need. David's curiosity didn't last long. He quickly collected his thoughts. After a night's rest, his mind and body were fully recovered. He had used the gene repair cabin in the morning, so he was in his best condition for the day. He was ready to fuse the light balls of knowledge. Anyway, Emma would not be able to finish in a short time, which gave him enough time. After meeting many powerful weapon masters, David was not satisfied with his combat power. Although he was far ahead of Kaji, his enemy was not Kaji of the same age as him. He urgently needed to improve his combat power, and the fastest way was to fuse the master-level light balls that he had just obtained. David's choice was one of the two Heavy Axe Mastery, 99% complete, light balls. He did not know whether it belonged to Master Bard Sr. or Master Bard Jr., but it did not matter. He waved at the sky, and the shadow attendant fell from the sky and flew to his side. With one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, David chose one of the Heavy Axe Mastery, 99% complete, light balls and fused it into his body. But something unexpected happened. He only chose one Heavy Axe Mastery, 99% complete, light ball, but when he fused it into his body, the other Heavy Axe Mastery, 99% complete, light ball automatically flew into David's body. This was something that had never happened before. David could not help but be surprised. Although there were two Heavy Axe Mastery, 99% complete, light balls, and it was not a big deal to waste one, this kind of unexpected thing still made him feel like it was out of his control. Before David had time to think, his vision blurred and his surroundings changed. The sky here was dark gray, and the whole sky was full of glowing round holes. From these round holes, zergs were constantly pouring out. The whole world was like the end of the world, and the ear-piercing cries of the zergs resounded through the earth. David's body was also a little strange. He had two visions for arms and forelegs, or it should be said that he was two Kaji standing back to back. The difference was that David's consciousness was in two bodies at the same time. If David did not constantly put his consciousness into the shadow attendant, he would have already gotten used to this way of dividing his consciousness into two. But now, it would take a long time for him to get used to it. In each of his right hands, he held a grade 2 heavy axe. Facing the seemingly endless amount of level 1 zergs, the two bodies did not move. They just stood there quietly, waiting for the zergs to come closer. These zergs were familiar to David, such as giant worm, hunter mantis, and spike larva. There were also some weak level 1 zergs like the impact Kaji. Although there were no level 2 zergs, facing this kind of level 1 zerg wave, David was still very scared. However, the two bodies were very calm, and even their breathing rhythm did not change. In David's experience, he felt a strange rhythm. The breathing rhythm of the two bodies was exactly the same, and even the heartbeat and blood flow in their bodies were the same. The level 1 zerg that ran the fastest arrived beside the two bodies and swung his heavy axe. This attack made David's consciousness completely immersed. This was a realm that David had never reached before. When he swung his axe, a wisp of his mind was attached to the grade 2 heavy axe. When the heavy axe sliced through the air, it did not encounter any resistance. It was as if there was a vacuum around it. However, in reality, David could clearly feel the air flow around him. This was a battle within the atmosphere. When the body swung his heavy axe, in his vision, the level 1 zerg's body was full of holes. The body instinctively judged which hole was the most suitable to attack, and which was the most fatal. This level 1 zerg was aggressive, but it was hit by the heavy axe and fell to the ground dead. This was only the beginning. As the first zerg approached, more and more zergs approached the two bodies. The two heavy axes were swung continuously, and a faint blue light flashed within 2 meters of the two bodies. No matter how many rank 1 arachnids approached, this place was like the toughest rock, and the rank 1 arachnids would crash into the rock and die. David felt that this was the world's simplest heavy axe control. This was a kind of inexplicable technique. David did not know how to describe this level of heavy axe control. Perhaps it was as the saying in his previous life. When one's technique is close to the truth, one will not be confused. The heavy axe control became the simplest way to attack, reaping the lives of the level 1 zergs. The number of zergs in front of the two bodies increased. David felt more things. The reason why the two bodies could stand still under the siege of the level 1 zergs was because of the cooperation between the two bodies. Although the two bodies were extremely strong individually, in this kind of situation, they could only hold on for a short while. However, with the cooperation between the two bodies, it seemed that they could hold on for a long time. The two heavy axes could always find the most suitable level 1 zergs to attack first. In the most dangerous situation, one of the heavy axes would block the fatal attack for the other. When the two bodies were back to back, they could even circulate energy through each other's body through small movements. For example, after the left side of his body blocked the attack of a level 1 arachnid, the force of impact will be transmitted to the left side of his body through the heavy axe. However, very quickly, the force will be transferred to the right side of his body through the twitching of his muscles. Then, the force would be utilized by the right side of his body for the next attack. This was not a special ability, but the pinnacle of technique. David could feel this, and in the midst of the battle, the two bodies were also transmitting this knowledge to David. The battle lasted for an unknown amount of time. Through the process of the battle, David grasped the battle knowledge of the two bodies in the most intuitive way. Finally, the two bodies had exhausted too much energy and were hit by a level 1 zerg. Then, more level 1 zergs pounced on them. David suddenly opened his eyes. He saw the sea, the pure sky, and the crew filming not far away. This was also the first time that he had died during the process of fusing with the knowledge ball. David felt his spirit and was not affected by the process of death. He shook his head and silently read the attribute panel. Soon, the shadow attendant displayed his attribute panel in front of him. He saw the level displayed on the heavy axe control, and his face was full of surprise. Heavy axe control, 100% perfection. David's heavy axe control had surpassed any of the Bard brothers. Generally speaking, after reaching 100% perfection, it should be promoted to the next level of perfection. However, the heavy axe control was stuck at 100% perfection. David stood up and picked up the level 2 heavy axe from the side. When he held the level 2 heavy axe in his right hand, he suddenly felt different from before. He felt closer to the level 2 heavy axe in his hand. In the past, he described the heavy axe as a part of his body, but now it was a real part of his body. David could even feel the sea breeze blowing through the heavy axe's blade. This subtle feeling was wonderful. This heavy axe control had far surpassed his previous 70% perfection state. David did not need to face enemies to know that he had become stronger again. He could not help but have a headache. How could he promote the heavy axe control from 100% perfection to perfect? He was sure that his teacher, Garen Transcendent, would not be able to answer this question. Perhaps the only thing that could give him an answer was the first college of Iridia. He had expectations for the start of school. As for the origin of the heavy axe control with 100% perfection, David guessed that the combination of Master Bard Senior and Master Bard Junior should be able to achieve 100% perfection in heavy axe control. This was also why the Bard brothers were almost invincible when they worked together. Although 99% and 100% only differed by 1%, this 1% was a qualitative difference. After reaching 100% perfection in heavy axe control, as long as the other conditions were met, it could be promoted to perfect heavy axe control. And the heavy axe control with 100% perfection could be called half-step perfect heavy axe control. The Bard brothers should have reached 100% perfection in heavy axe control a long time ago. They did not need to work together to achieve it. However, there was a prerequisite for 100% perfection in heavy axe control that the Bard brothers could not achieve. This was the support of a strong mind. To support 100% perfection in heavy axe control required a strong mind. However, neither Master Bard Senior nor Master Bard Junior had such a mind. However, the Bard brothers' special ability allowed them to fuse their minds together. This allowed them to reach the prerequisite of 100% perfection in heavy axe control. In addition, the two of them had simultaneously reached 100% mastery of heavy axe mastery, which meant that they were two heavy axe masters who had grasped a half-step perfect heavy axe mastery. This was also the reason why the two of them had no opponents when they worked together. It could only be said that David was very lucky. He used the extremely strange mind secret skill, Mind Arrow, and used his strong mind to make the Bard brothers lose the ability to use half-step perfect heavy axe control. Chapter 291. On the surface of Cerulean Planet, a speedboat was speeding across the surface of the sea. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would see that under the deep blue sea, there was a huge figure that was approaching at a speed faster than a speedboat. "Damn it, can't this broken speedboat go any faster?" Collier yelled. His knuckles were pale from gripping the joystick too hard. Cerulean Planet did not allow spaceships to go out to sea. They had to use old-fashioned ships like this. This speedboat was the fastest ship he could find. However, even the speedboat could not shake off the storm giant ape in the sea. On the display screen, the gigantic figure was getting closer and closer to them. "Don't talk so much, Collier. There are 3 ships 50 kilometers away from us. With their help, we'll have a chance to escape," Hampton said as he stared at the screen while holding a giant storm ape cub in his hand. 50 kilometers. We can't hold on for 50 kilometers. Collier shouted angrily as he slammed the joystick in his hand. Hampton and Collier were both deep-sea hunters. It was a special profession. The glazed blue star was rich in marine resources. In the deep sea, there were edible seabed plants, delicious fish, and natural treasures. There were even heavenly treasures that had appeared in the past. Cerulean Planet was a natural treasure trove. However, Cerulean Planet did not exploit it. Instead, they developed a tourism industry and developed it well. Cerulean Planet made the right choice. No matter how good the natural resources were, there would be a day when they would be exhausted. However, tourism resources could never be exhausted. It was a path of continuous development. Therefore, Cerulean Planet set up the strictest rules. No one was allowed to use large machinery to harvest and exploit the deep sea. This allowed Cerulean Planet to maintain its original appearance. The environment would not be destroyed. It was because of this policy that Cerulean Planet's marine products were very expensive. This was how the profession of deep-sea hunters came into being. When deep-sea hunters entered the deep sea, they did not rely on other machinery. They only relied on their personal equipment to carry out their work. There were many of them on Cerulean Planet. This was because the deep-sea specialties that tourists ate were all purchased from deep-sea hunters. Of course, deep-sea hunters were also divided into different classes. The lowest class of deep-sea hunters were those who made a living by harvesting fish. They also had the lowest income. Hampton and Collier, for example, had the highest status among the deep-sea hunters. They were advanced deep-sea hunters who had completed some special missions. This time, they had received a mission. The reward for the mission was very attractive. As long as they successfully completed this mission, the 2 deep-sea hunters could wash their hands of this business and enjoy life for the rest of their lives. The mission reward was so attractive, so the requirements were naturally extremely difficult. The giant storm ape was a special race on the glazed blue star. It was known as a semi-transcendent life form. It was not very intelligent, but it had the natural ability to control lightning. On the glazed blue star, the storm giant ape was at the top of the food chain. Of course, the storm giant ape's intelligence wasn't very high, but it would never set foot in freshwater areas. Firstly, the storm giant ape wasn't used to the environment there. Secondly, the storm giant ape knew that freshwater areas were very dangerous. Hampton and Collier's mission this time was to capture a live storm giant ape cub. They had set up a trap in a storm giant ape's territory for 5 days and lured the storm giant ape away bit by bit. Only then did they have the opportunity to capture the cub. But when they left, the storm giant ape's senses for the cub far exceeded their expectations. The storm giant ape was able to track them down. "Hampton, let's send a distress signal to the ship over there. If they come over, we might still be able to make it in time," Collier suggested. "All right, let's give it a try." Hampton nodded in agreement. He was unwilling to give up the storm giant ape cub in his hands. David had already put away the grade 2 heavy axe. He sat on the deck chair and enjoyed the sea breeze. It was rare for him to enjoy such a comfortable life. However, this comfort was soon broken by the sound of the signal. He looked at the cockpit not far behind him. This was the downside of having a good sense of hearing. He could hear even the slightest sound. This was especially true for signals like this that had the nature of an alarm. It would easily trigger his sensitive nerves. "Mom, what's going on?" David asked the crew in the cockpit. The ship wasn't big, and the cockpit wasn't sealed. Mond, who was guarding the ship, also heard David's question. "Mr. David, don't worry. It's just a distress signal." Mond replied with a smile. "A distress signal? Why would it be sent to us? Aren't there maritime police?" David asked curiously. Any ship here was equipped with a communication device that could contact any place on Lioli planet. A distress signal should be sent to the police or the military. Why would it send a distress signal to 3 ships that were obviously used for tourism? So, don't worry about it. I've already sent the distress signal to the maritime police. I believe they will be there soon." Mon nodded. "What's going on over there? Why is there a ship leaving?" David suddenly stood up and looked at the place where Emma was filming. A ship was leaving the filming location and heading into the distance. "Let me ask." Mom was also curious. He said to David as he picked up the communicator. After a minute, Mond put down the communicator with a helpless look on his face. Director Houston received the distress signal. He stopped filming and went over to rescue them. He drove the ship alone. Mond said to David, "Drive the ship over and meet up with Emma. It's getting late. It'll be lunchtime when Director Houston comes back. You should start preparing lunch." David instructed Mond. David didn't mind Director Houston's actions. It was everyone's choice whether to save them or not. For example, David listened to Mond's advice and didn't ask about the distress signal. Director Houston had his own ideas. David didn't know what to say about his actions. However, it wasn't a big deal. David was here, and there were 2 female bodyguards. 3 Kaji were enough to deal with any trouble that might arise. "Yes, sir," Mond replied. He drove the ship closer to the other ship that was parked on the other side. The filming had stopped. David saw Emma looking at the ship in the distance with a worried look. "David, we can't persuade Director Houston. He stubbornly believes that he must go to the rescue as long as it's within his capabilities." Emma softly explained the reason when she saw David's arrival. "I also received the distress signal, but I felt that the signal was a bit abrupt, so I ignored it." David frowned and replied, "Will Director Houston be in danger?" Emma asked quickly. "I don't know. Mond has already informed the Coast Guard. I believe the Coast Guard will be here soon." David shook his head and said, "I wanted Leona to go with Director Houston, but she didn't agree." Emma turned her head and glared at the female bodyguard Leona. She didn't seem to be angry. Emma had spent too much time with the 2 female bodyguards. She almost treated them as her family. "I agree that Leona shouldn't go. They can't leave your side. Your safety is the most important." David expressed his opinion. For someone like David, who was used to seeing life and death, he didn't care about the life and death of people he wasn't close to. It was enough for him as long as the people he was close to were safe. Although it was a bit cruel to say that, it was the limit of David's ability. He couldn't save everyone like the legendary superheroes. In the ocean, the storm giant ape had caught up with the speedboat. The storm giant ape, which was more than 10 meters tall, grabbed the side of the boat from under the water and pulled the speedboat to a stop. Under the crazy acceleration of Collier, the Krypton crystal engine finally emitted a burst of smoke due to overheating. The speed of the engine also decreased rapidly, and finally, there was no more sound. Collier's face was pale. He saw the pair of huge eyes under the water looking at them. "Don't come over, or I'll kill this little thing," Hampton shouted with a ferocious look on his face. He held a glowing dagger in his hand and pressed it against the baby storm giant ape's neck. The storm giant ape didn't have high intelligence, but it had the intelligence of a human child. It naturally understood what Hampton meant. The storm giant ape was already irritable. After being threatened by Hampton, it was furious. On the surface of the sea, there were constantly flashes of lightning. This was the natural ability of the storm giant ape. A few streaks of lightning approached the speedboat. The display screen on the speedboat emitted a burst of black smoke and burned. Then, all kinds of small devices in the speedboat were also burned by the lightning. The speedboat was filled with the smell of burnt electricity. Even the 2 people standing on the speedboat had their hair standing on end. "Don't push me," Hampton slightly pressed the dagger in his hand. A thin red mark appeared on the baby storm giant ape's neck. Red blood oozed out. Immediately, all the lightning disappeared. It was obvious that the storm giant ape was very concerned about the baby storm giant ape's safety. The situation was in a deadlock. Hampton and Collier couldn't leave because the speedboat was destroyed and the storm giant ape didn't dare to push too much. At this moment, a ship approached. Normally, the storm giant ape wouldn't care about this kind of human ship at all. It knew very well that harming a human ship would trigger a conflict between it and the humans. However, at this moment, it was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. When it saw the approaching ship, it naturally thought that it was Hampton's accomplice. The storm giant ape rushed out of the sea. At the same time, its huge body jumped out of the sea and hit the surface of the sea with its hands and feet. Then, its body suddenly rose into the air. Help! Director Houston was still on the communication channel. He could talk to the crew of the other two ships at any time. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the storm giant ape. What happened? The crew's voice came. However, Director Houston didn't have time to answer. Two streaks of lightning appeared on the storm giant ape's hands in the air. Then, the two streaks of lightning struck the ship below. The ship Emma booked was not the speedboat of the two deep-sea hunters. When the lightning streaked over, an energy shield appeared and blocked the lightning. With Emma's current status and identity as a top singer, the ship prepared by her company had its own defense system. The ship was far from being as ordinary as it looked. I'm being attacked. It's a 10-meter-tall, ape-like creature. Director Houston finally answered the crew's question. He forcefully turned the ship around and wanted to leave. At this moment, his heart was full of regret. He regretted not listening to the locals' opinion and insisting on coming to the rescue. He didn't expect to encounter such a monster. Seeing that the lightning was ineffective, the storm giant ape couldn't vent its anger. It ran on the sea as if it was running on flat ground and rushed to the ship. Miss Emma, something happened to Director Houston. He encountered the storm giant ape. Mond reported to Emma. Director Houston is in danger. Emma exclaimed. Miss Emma, Director Houston won't have a problem holding on for a few minutes as long as he doesn't leave the ship. Our ship has an energy shield that can block the storm giant ape's lightning. However, the ship's defense against physical attacks is limited. We can only wait for the Coast Guard to arrive. Mon explained to Emma. The energy shield's biggest function was to block energy attacks. Its defense against physical attacks was limited, especially the powerful attack of a semi-transcendent creature like the storm giant ape. Fortunately, it was the storm giant ape. If it were a Zerg, even a level 1 Zerg, its sharp claws could quickly break through the energy shield's defense. The sturdy ship's body couldn't withstand its claws. This was also the reason why all the creatures on a planet would go extinct after the Zerg invaded. No matter how powerful a creature was, it lacked the Zerg's attack ability. Take the storm giant ape, for example. Its lightning ability was extremely terrifying. However, as long as the storm giant ape could withstand its lightning ability, it would only be left with brute force. Due to the lack of sharp weapons, the storm giant ape's attack power was much lower than the weaker Zerg. Therefore, creatures like the storm giant ape that lived on Glazed Blue Planet were not valued by the government. Instead, the storm giant ape was listed as a protected species. A civilian ship's defense could block the storm giant ape's attack for a few minutes. This showed that the storm giant ape was not that scary. Of course, ordinary people couldn't ride a ship with such a level of defense. Take the two deep-sea hunters, for example. Their speedboat couldn't even withstand a light lightning attack from a storm giant ape. Let me go take a look, David said to Emma. No, the Coast Guard will be here soon. It's better for them to come and rescue us. Don't take the risk. Emma quickly stopped him. Don't worry. I won't joke with my life. If I can't win, I'll return immediately, David said with a smile. He heard that the storm giant ape had the ability to control lightning. To be honest, he was tempted. He had never seen such a special creature on other planets. Chapter 292. David returned to the cabin of the ship. He did not use the ordinary exoskeleton armor. Instead, he asked the shadow attendant to take out the custom-made exoskeleton armor from the space ring. At the same time, he also took out the level 3 heavy axe with a leather sheath. This time, he could deal with a monster that he had never encountered before. He had the experience of fighting against the Zerg and even Kaji from the Knowledge Light Ball, but he had no experience dealing with this kind of monster. Therefore, David was very careful to use the best equipment. Finally, he hesitated and carried the level 2 heavy axe on his back. Coming out of the cabin, David made a reassuring gesture to Emma. He manipulated the short wings on his back and rushed in the direction where Director Houston had left, sticking close to the sea. He did not have to worry about not being able to find Director Houston. As long as he was within 10 kilometers, the shadow attendant in the sky would be able to find Director Houston. This was an open sea with no obstacles. At a height of 40 meters in the air, he could see very far. The custom-made exoskeleton armor flew very fast. After flying for only a minute, the shadow attendant found Director Houston's ship. At the same time, David also saw the storm ape. At this time, the storm ape was flashing with electric light and was attacking the ship wildly. The ship's shield was on the verge of collapse and could break at any time. David also saw another speedboat with 2 people standing on it. Without hesitation, David suddenly accelerated again and rushed toward the storm ape. The storm ape instinctively felt the arrival of a powerful enemy. It gave up attacking the ship and flipped its body in the air. An electric light flew out of its hand and attacked David. David was very agile in flight. He slowed down and moved his body to the side to avoid the electric light. However, David was in the custom-made exoskeleton armor. He felt a slight numbness all over his body. This was the result of being grazed by the electric light. He could not help but be surprised. It must be known that any exoskeleton armor had an isolation layer that isolated external energy from internal interference. Otherwise, exoskeleton armor would not have been the strongest personal armor for human beings. Without an isolation layer to isolate external energy, the exoskeleton armor could be paralyzed by the interference device, and the exoskeleton armor would not be a threat. The custom-made exoskeleton armor used by David had a stronger defense against all kinds of energy, which was related to Master Macintosh's investment regardless of cost. However, he could feel the effects of the lightning just by being grazed by the storm ape's lightning. This meant that the custom-made exoskeleton armor could not defend against the storm ape's lightning. How was this possible? David thought to himself. If the great storm ape had such an ability, it wouldn't have been able to remain unknown. David moved his body again and dodged another lightning attack from the storm giant ape. This time, he purposely moved a little more to reduce the impact of the lightning. At the same time, he began to search for information about the storm giant ape on Azure Planet Skynet. The great storm ape howled crazily. Its enemy was like a cunning fish, constantly dodging its attacks. To be honest, the storm giant ape had almost nothing other than its lightning ability. Its application of strength was brute force, and there was no technique to speak of. Even its lightning ability was just constantly throwing out lightning. Because every time the storm giant ape threw out lightning, its body and arms would move in advance, which allowed David, who was extremely experienced in combat, to avoid it in advance without much effort. No matter how fast the lightning attack was, the storm giant ape's attack could not hit David. Not to mention hitting him when David deliberately dodged, it could not even get within 2 meters of him, let alone hit him. David used part of his mind to avoid the storm giant ape's attack, and used the other part of his mind to search for information on Skynet. His application of multitasking had reached a new level, which was thanks to the light balls he absorbed from Master Bard Sr. and Master Bard Jr.'s knowledge. Compared to David's 1 year of multitasking, Master Bard Sr. and Master Bard Jr.'s telepathy came from almost 80 years of experience since they were young. Although David had only obtained Master Bard's heavy axe mastery from Master Bard Jr. and Master Bard Sr., this kind of telepathy between the two was similar to David's multitasking. Furthermore, the heavy axe mastery was fused with the heavy axe mastery and was mastered by David. Therefore, David could easily deal with the storm giant ape while searching for information on Skynet. There was a lot of information on the storm giant ape. Through the public information, David was 100% sure that the storm giant ape in front of him did not have the special lightning ability of the one in front of him. The storm giant ape's lightning could penetrate the exoskeleton armor. This was something that David did not need to personally test. He could confirm this just by looking at the lightning that just brushed past him. This was a mutated storm giant ape, or rather, this storm giant ape had mastered the mutated lightning ability. David's mind, which was left in the shadow attendant's body, saw a spaceship with flashing warning lights in the distance flying towards them. It would arrive in 30 seconds at most. Through his search on Skynet, David also knew that the storm giant ape was a protected species on Cerulean planet. Under normal circumstances, killing a storm giant ape was a crime. However, there were exceptions. When a citizen's life was threatened, the citizen's life was the most important, provided that the citizen was not in a state of crime. David made a judgment in an instant. If the two people trapped on the speedboat were the ones who caught the cub, needless to say, they were committing a crime. However, in the case of Director Houston, who came to save people and was attacked by the storm giant ape, David could use this reason to kill the storm giant ape. For this special ability, it was worth the risk. At the thought of this, David grabbed at his back, and a level 3 heavy axe appeared in his hand. The moment the level 3 heavy axe appeared in his hand, his temperament suddenly changed. David's mind entered the level 3 heavy axe, and it carried David's most unique and terrifying killing intent. This was not the same as the half-step perfect heavy axe mastery of the Barr brothers. The Barr brothers' mind did not have any special effects. It only made the heavy axe more agile, and the air had no resistance to the heavy axe. However, David was different. His mind was far superior to the Barr brothers. After he inserted his mind into the heavy axe, the killing intent in his mind also entered the heavy axe. Just as David held the level 3 heavy axe in his hand, and the killing intent on the heavy axe emitted a soul-shaking chill, the storm giant ape retreated. The storm giant ape instinctively felt extreme danger. This was an instinctive response to a threat to its life. This made it lose the courage to fight David. It did not even care about its cub and wanted to dive into the sea. For the storm giant ape, as long as it entered the sea, it would be its territory. There were no creatures in the sea that could threaten it. However, David had his eyes on the storm giant ape's mutated ability. How could he let go of this opportunity? This was the first time David used the half-step perfect heavy axe mastery. In his eyes, the storm giant ape was full of flaws. He could kill this kind of enemy easily and use 100 different attack methods to do so. This was the effect of the half-step perfect heavy axe mastery. However, no matter how many attack methods there were, only one fatal one was enough. David swung the level 3 heavy axe according to his battle instincts. The storm giant ape's figure that was diving into the sea shook violently. Then, a large amount of blood gushed out of its body. David did not look at the storm giant ape again. Instead, he put the level 3 heavy axe back into its leather sheath and carried it on his back. The shadow attendant had already pounced on the storm giant ape and absorbed its soul. When David landed on Director Houston's ship, a police spaceship also arrived at the scene. "Master David, thank you for saving me." Director Houston bowed deeply to David to express his gratitude. He had long known David's strength. David had saved everyone on the interstellar flyby, and now he had saved him again. He was extremely grateful. "It's nothing, but we're going to have some trouble," David said as he pointed at the police spaceship. While Director Houston was looking at the police spaceship, he had already used the shadow attendant to replace the level 3 heavy axe on his back with an ordinary level 2 heavy axe. He did not know what kind of investigation would follow. A level 3 heavy axe was too eye-catching. The police spaceship first stopped on the speedboat. 2 police officers handcuffed the 2 deep-sea hunters, Hampton and Collier. The young storm giant ape was also put into a protective box by the police officers. There was no need for further questioning. The two police officers recognized the two deep-sea hunters. They specialized in high-end special missions. Needless to say, they had accepted the mission to capture the young storm giant ape. This was already a criminal act. With the young storm giant ape around, it could be said that they were caught red-handed. The police spaceship stopped next to Director Houston's ship, and the two police officers jumped off. "I'm Officer Peter, and this is Officer Drayton. Kaji, please remove the exoskeleton armor," Officer Peter said after seeing David in the exoskeleton armor and showing his ID. David nodded. He let the exoskeleton armor enter the disassembly procedure. It came out of the exoskeleton armor, and the exoskeleton armor became a container again. Officer Peter and Officer Drayton breathed a sigh of relief. They did not bring Kaji with them. Faced with Kaji, who had clearly just killed the storm giant ape, if he resisted, they would not even be able to fight back. The difference in combat power between a normal person and Kaji was like heaven and earth. "Sir, you have to go to the police station for investigation because you killed the protected storm giant ape. The gentleman next to you has to go with you," Officer Peter said in a low voice. "Officer Peter, I need to contact my friend. Also, please check the ship's records. There are records of the rescue signal we received," David said with a slight frown. "Sure, I'll give you 1 minute." Officer Peter looked at David and agreed after a moment's hesitation. "Master David, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble." Director Houston did not have any objections to going to the police station. He was only deeply apologetic that David, who had come to rescue him, had to go with him. "I'll inform Emma and ask Emma to get a lawyer to help out. I'm sure everything will be fine soon," David said with a smile. He went to the communicator and began to contact Emma. Officer Drayton began to export the ship's records. Officer Peter went to the speedboat, but the data had been destroyed by lightning. They did not hear how Director Houston addressed David, so they did not know what kind of person they were dealing with. After a simple investigation, the ship had an autopilot system, so there was no need to worry about the ship. David and Director Houston boarded the police spacecraft. "Sir, please put your exoskeleton armor and weapons in the box," Officer Peter said to David. David did not mind. He put the exoskeleton armor and the 2 second-grade heavy axes in the box. The police spacecraft was very fast. They arrived at the Crystal City Police Station in 10 minutes. David and Director Houston were separated. David sat in an interrogation room with Officer Peter sitting opposite him. "Mr. David, please tell us what happened," Officer Peter said in a low voice. "I will only answer questions when my lawyer arrives." Emma was very familiar with such matters, so she had told David in advance. Therefore, David directly refused to answer. The storm ape is a protected creature on Lioli Planet. Killing one is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. This is not a small case. You have to consider carefully. The sooner you answer my questions, the sooner you will be dealt with. Officer Peter's voice was threatening. "I said, my lawyer will be here soon," David repeated. This time, David had a strange feeling. It was as if Officer Peter wanted him to admit his guilt. His mind entered the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant flew outside and quickly found the box containing his exoskeleton armor and weapons. But when a shadow attendant entered the box, it only found the exoskeleton armor. The 2 second-grade heavy axes were nowhere to be found. Wealth is the best, David thought helplessly. Fortunately, his exoskeleton armor required a password to open. Officer Peter probably did not see the value of the exoskeleton armor. Instead, he was dazzled by the second-grade heavy axes. The shadow attendant put the exoskeleton armor into the space ring. David decided that no matter what, he would never let the exoskeleton armor out of his sight again. As for the missing exoskeleton armor in the police station, if they could lose 2 second-grade heavy axes, it was normal for them to lose 1 more exoskeleton armor. The shadow attendant flew around again. It did not find the 2 second-grade heavy axes within 40 meters. Officer Peter had probably sent them away. Chapter 293. It was hard to give an accurate answer to the value of a second-grade heavy axe. Only a small portion of second-grade weapons appeared in the various auctions. The rest were in the hands of various organizations and forces. There were clear prices for second-grade weapons among the various organizations and forces, and they were all around tens of millions of credits. However, this was only a price that was priceless. If one wished to purchase a Tier 2 weapon with tens of millions of credits, they would need to sell themselves to the organization or power. Only then would they be able to purchase a Tier 2 weapon with credits. To ordinary people, second-grade weapons were almost legendary treasures. Although Officer Peter and Officer Drayton had done similar things in the past, the value of those items could not compare to the value of 2 second-grade heavy axes. When Officer Peter and Officer Drayton saw David place the 2 second-grade heavy axes in the box, they thought that as long as they could get their hands on the 2 heavy axes, it would not matter even if they lost their jobs. Lulanstar was a tourist planet. Tourists here would not want to delay their return if they ran into trouble. This was because the cost of accommodation and expenses here were very high. Plus, most tourists here did not want to get into trouble and delay their return home. Hence, there were often disputes between locals and tourists on Lulanstar. Officer Peter and Officer Drayton would take advantage of the tourist mentality to make a small fortune. This time, they wanted to take David's 2 second-grade heavy axes for themselves. As long as there was no evidence to prove that they had stolen the axes, they would at most be subject to an internal investigation. In the worst-case scenario, they would be fired. If they had tens of millions of credits, they would not have to worry about being fired at all. With so many credits, they would not need to work at all. Officer Peter was trying to intimidate David so that David would give in so that he could easily take the ownership of the 2 second-grade heavy axes. But he realized that David was ignoring him and was waiting for his lawyer to come before talking to him. To tell you the truth, the 2 deep-sea hunters have already confessed that they did not send any distress signals. Your ship's records did not receive any distress signals either. No one can change the fact that you killed the Great Storm Ape. Officer Peter said in a low voice, "Are you trying to intimidate my client?" A white-haired old man in a high-end uniform pushed open the door of the interrogation room and walked in. He happened to hear Peter's words and said in a low voice. Officer Peter looked back and recognized the man immediately. At the same time, 5 middle-aged men in the same high-end uniform walked in behind the white-haired old man. Their auras were very powerful. The color drained from Officer Peter's face. He recognized the white-haired old man and the 5 middle-aged men behind him. The 5 middle-aged men were the best lawyers in Crystal City, while the white-haired old man was the most experienced and most famous lawyer on Crystal Blue Planet. "Mr. David, I'm Lawyer James. These 5 are my colleagues. We're all your lawyers, and we're responsible for ensuring your legal rights." Lawyer James introduced himself to David with a slight bow. "Lawyer James, I need your help too," David said with a smile. He turned to Officer Peter and said, "Officer Peter, you may begin your questioning. Mr. David, please wait for a moment. I need to go to the washroom. I'll be right back." Officer Peter said anxiously as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "I believe Officer Peter won't let my client wait for too long. Otherwise, I'll request for another officer to handle this case," Lawyer James said in a low voice. Officer Peter had just stood up when the door was pushed open again. This time, it was Emma and her 2 female bodyguards. They had returned from the sea, so they were naturally slower than the lawyers. The female officer who led Emma here had stars in her eyes. Emma was too famous. Her popularity was on the rise, and she received a lot of attention. Everyone on Crystal Blue Planet, including the police here, knew Emma. "Miss Emma," said James, the barrister, and the other 5, as well as the barristers. "Is David's case easy to resolve?" Emma ignored Officer Peter and asked Lawyer James anxiously. "I just got here, but from what I know, there's nothing wrong with this case. Mr. David acted in order to save someone, so he's not guilty," Lawyer James said confidently. "Lawyer James, we didn't find any distress signal in the ship's signal records. Your claim of self-defense doesn't hold water." Officer Peter had been a little confused by Emma's sudden appearance. Now that he heard Lawyer James' words, he immediately snapped out of it and retorted, Officer Peter, you probably don't know that the distress signal was received by 3 ships at the same time. When Director Houston went to rescue them, there were more than 20 witnesses, including Miss Emma, at the scene. Perhaps when the ship returns, I can get the technicians from the law firm to check the records to see if there are any traces of deletion. Lawyer James said to Officer Peter with a cold smile. Officer Peter's face turned even paler. He no longer wanted to frame David. He needed to contact Officer Drayton. I'm going to the toilet. Officer Peter rudely abandoned everyone and ran out of the interrogation room. Once he reached the toilet, he immediately used his identification bracelet to contact Officer Drayton. Peter, you won't be able to guess how many credits we've earned. 2 second-grade heavy axes were sold for 40 million credits. We've struck it rich. Officer Drayton's maniacal laughter could be heard. Drayton, the 2 second-grade heavy axes have been sold. Peter felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he leaned against the wall for support. You didn't see the look in Manager Aram's eyes when he saw the 2 heavy axes. I only said that I wanted to sell them. He didn't even try to bargain. He bought them immediately. Drayton said excitedly. He didn't feel Officer Peter's emotions at all. He only cared about what he said. Drayton, go and get the 2 heavy axes back. We're not selling them. Officer Peter shouted anxiously, but he immediately thought of his surroundings and lowered his voice. That David isn't simple. He's already alerted Lawyer James. He's brought a few well-known local lawyers here. Even a famous singer Emma is here. We can't afford to offend such a big shot. So what if Lawyer James is here? There's no evidence to prove that we took the 2 heavy axes. There's so many people going in and out of the police station. It's not like the evidence room hasn't been stolen before. It doesn't matter if we don't admit it. I received an anonymous credit card. It's worth it even if I lose my job. Besides, do you think we can get back what we sold to Tansheng Trading Company? We have no way out. Officer Drayton said in a low voice after a moment of shock. That's all we can do. I'll release David now and let the police slowly negotiate with David. Officer Peter gritted his teeth and decided. He turned off his ID bracelet and left the washroom to return to the interrogation room. Mr. David, I just checked the records. It was a mistake. I didn't see the distress message. I can now confirm that you killed the giant storm ape to save Director Houston. This was self-defense. I will prove this in the report. Officer Peter said with a smile as soon as he entered the room. He was like a completely different person now. Lawyer James, who had seen all kinds of darkness, couldn't help but sigh at the speed at which this person changed. Can my client David leave now? Lawyer James nodded. Of course. I'll just need a moment to close the case. Officer Peter nodded repeatedly. Just then, David's ID bracelet vibrated slightly. He activated it and quickly put his hand down with a strange expression. Officer Peter, where are my exoskeleton armor and the 2 second-grade heavy axes? David asked the busy Officer Peter. Those are evidence. It will take 2 days to go through the process before they can be taken away. Officer Peter's heart raced as he forced himself to remain calm. Then, as a Star Sector police consultant, can I take back my equipment in advance? David asked as he flicked his finger on his ID bracelet, and an ID screen appeared. Star Sector police consultant. Officer Peter looked at the ID screen with a bitter expression. He was extremely frustrated with David. Why didn't David reveal this identity earlier? If he had seen David's ID earlier, he wouldn't have dared to have any improper thoughts. Emma's mother, Madame Amelia, had helped David obtain the title of Star Sector police consultant. However, it would take some time for this identity to take effect. It had just been approved at the last moment. Although a Star Sector police consultant wasn't an official police officer like an ordinary police consultant, his status was much higher than that of an ordinary police consultant. This was because the Star Sector police consultant's scope of authority extended to the entire Alidia Star Sector. He could carry the exoskeleton armor with him at all times and had the duty to supervise the police work in various places. Consultant David, please come with me. I will take you to the evidence room. Officer Peter knew that there was no way to delay any longer and said directly, David, Emma and the rest followed Officer Peter to the evidence room. The evidence room wasn't far. It was less than 20 meters away from the interrogation room. Officer Peter used his ID bracelet to swipe open the door to the evidence room and walked in. Soon, he heard a cry of surprise from inside. Before opening the evidence box, Officer Peter was prepared to pretend to cry out in surprise to show his surprise. But when he opened the evidence box, he really did cry out in surprise. The exoskeleton armor that had been in the box was gone. Lawyer James waved at David and then walked into the evidence room. Then he saw Officer Peter standing in front of the empty evidence box. Lawyer James immediately understood what was going on. Why Officer Peter was prepared to erase that record from the start. Why did he ignore David's act of self-defense? If David had been an ordinary person, or even a soldier of some status, under such circumstances, unless he risked becoming a fugitive and resisted, he would have had no choice but to allow Officer Peter to frame him. Officer Peter, where's my client, Mr. David's Kaji armor? Lawyer James asked in a low voice. I don't know. It was originally here, Officer Peter said, sweating profusely. Lawyer James admired Officer Peter's acting talent. He was so good at pretending to be sweaty. But he didn't know that Officer Peter was really sweating profusely. Only David knew this. In other words, my client, Mr. David's Kaji armor, was lost in the evidence room at the police station. Lawyer James confirmed with Officer Peter. Yes, but don't worry, the police will definitely find it. Officer Peter replied formally. Mr. David, can you tell us about your Kaji armor? Lawyer James turned to David and asked. 2 second-grade heavy axes and a custom-made exoskeleton armor made by Master Macintosh. David replied. 2 second-grade heavy axes, worth more than 50 million credits. I made this calculation based on the most recent evaluation of similar weapons. I can't judge the value of Master Macintosh's custom-made exoskeleton armor. Does Mr. David know? I can ask the police for compensation. Lawyer James asked David. Master Macintosh's custom-made exoskeleton armor is worth more than 100 billion credits, maybe even more. If Lawyer James needs it, I can ask Master Macintosh to produce a document to prove its value. David said after some thought. When David said this, the entire evidence room fell silent. Even the knowledgeable Emma grabbed David and tried to comfort him. For a powerful Kaji, a custom-made exoskeleton armor made by a master exoskeleton armor was a great boost to his strength. David winked at Emma and gave Emma a hint of smile. The smart Emma immediately understood what was going on. She gave David a gentle push and a faint smile appeared on her face. No one else noticed David and Emma's little gesture. They were all stunned by the astronomical price. Lawyer James knew Master Macintosh's identity. If what David said was true, and they could ask Master Macintosh to produce a document to prove its value, then even if the lost exoskeleton armor was worthless, it would still be valued at 100 billion credits by any court. Who was Master Macintosh? He was one of the most influential people in the Iridia star system. Master Macintosh's certification was undisputed in the entire field of exoskeleton armor and even in the entire field of equipment. Chapter 294. Officer Peter was trembling all over. 100 billion credits was a huge case. Even Crystal City would not be able to handle it, let alone the police station. Nonsense. What kind of exoskeleton armor is worth 100 billion? Officer Peter yelled with all his might. Just because you think there isn't one doesn't mean there isn't. David replied with a mocking expression. If his exoskeleton armor had been stolen by Officer Peter, like 2 second-grade heavy axes, then David's loss would not be any less than 100 billion credits. The exoskeleton armor had been custom-made by Master Macintosh to thank him for the third-grade mutated materials that allowed him to become a master weaponsmith. He had used 200 kilograms of third-grade materials and a large number of other precious materials. He had also incorporated a large amount of advanced technology to create the exoskeleton armor. Its value could not be measured in credits. Third-grade materials would not appear on a market. If they did, they would be collected by the transcendent. Furthermore, David and Master Macintosh had a good relationship. A document proving its value of 100 billion credits would not be a problem. Since such a huge incident had happened, a police officer had already reported it to Chief Cumberland. What happened? When Chief Cumberland walked into the evidence room, Lawyer James was collecting evidence at the scene. Chief Cumberland could not help but ask when he saw the chaos in the room. Chief Cumberland, on behalf of my client, Mr. David, I formally request compensation from the Crystal City Police Station. The amount of compensation is tentatively set at 150 million credits, Lawyer James said as he handed a lawyer's letter to Chief Cumberland. 150 million. Chief Cumberland's voice was shrill from shock. He looked at Officer Peter and roared. Peter, tell me what happened. Mr. David's Kaji equipment was lost in the evidence room. Officer Peter replied softly. When Chief Cumberland heard about Kaji's equipment, he immediately understood why the price was so high. Some of Kaji's equipment could not even be measured by the market price. He also knew that some of the policemen in the police station were not clean, but these things had always existed as an unspoken rule. However, he did not expect that the matter this time would be so big. With such a large amount of compensation, not to mention the police officers involved, even he, the bureau chief, and the officers above him would be in big trouble. Peter, I'll give you 10 minutes to bring me this gentleman's Kaji equipment. Otherwise, I'll make sure you stay in jail for the rest of your life. Don't even think about getting out. Chief Cumberland grabbed Peter's collar and roared. Chief, I didn't take it. Officer Peter insisted. 100 billion credits. You can't afford it, and neither can I. I will lose my position as director and retire early, and your best option is to stay in prison forever. However, I believe that the entire Leoli Star police force will hate you to the core because of that. Your life in prison will be very exciting. Seeing that Officer Peter was still quibbling, Chief Cumberland let go of his grip and said helplessly. Officer Peter still did not understand the power of 100 billion credits that David had mentioned. If the Crystal City police force had to compensate, then even if they sold the entire police station, they would not be able to come up with that many credits. As for Crystal City, unless Crystal City sold all its assets, they would not be able to come up with this amount of credits either. Furthermore, Crystal City would not be able to take over this kind of trivial matter. In the end, only the higher-ups of the police force would be able to resolve it. 100 billion credits would probably be enough for the entire Leoli Star police force to operate for almost 100 years. If the compensation really came up with 100 billion credits, it would probably come from the higher-ups of the Star sector. The result would be that the Leoli Star police force would become a joke, and they would receive very little funding in the future. Without sufficient funds, the officers at all levels would not have the opportunity to be promoted. Just then, a police officer ran over to report. Chief, there are a lot of reporters outside. We can't hold them off any longer. There were a large number of reporters stationed on Leoli Star, and Crystal City was the place with the most reporters. Today, someone had sold news of Emma's appearance at the police station to the reporters, and they had sold multiple copies. The news that the hottest celebrity, Emma, had entered the police station drove the reporters crazy. This was the hottest news, big enough to spread throughout the 3-star sectors. Hence, a large number of reporters were blocking the entrance of the police station. At the moment, the police station was understaffed. The reporters pushed in step by step and soon entered the police station. Leoli Star's news channel immediately cut off the program and began a live broadcast of the police station. I am Bylinda from Leoli Star's news channel. I am now at the Crystal City police station. According to reliable sources, the Queen of Heaven, Emma, is currently at the police station. I will join the audience in investigating the reason why the Queen of Heaven, Emma, is here. Bylinda, who was wearing a slim-fit miniskirt, stood in front of the camera and spoke in the standard voice of a broadcaster. Beside Bylinda, several media outlets were also broadcasting live. The few police officers were at their wits' end. They didn't dare to do anything. This was a live broadcast. If something went wrong, the police officers would be in big trouble. When Chief Cumberland arrived at the police station lobby, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Only then did he understand how terrifying Emma's popularity was. "Chief Cumberland, can you tell us why the Queen of Heaven, Emma, came to the police station?" A reporter was already asking loudly. Then, more reporters surrounded Chief Cumberland. When Emma and David walked into the lobby, they saw Chief Cumberland with many cameras on his head. He, who was usually eloquent, didn't know how to answer these questions. "The Queen of Heaven, Emma." However, when the reporters saw Emma, they immediately let go of Chief Cumberland and swarmed toward Emma. Two female bodyguards and a few lawyers quickly blocked the reporters, preventing them from rushing to Emma. "Miss Emma, did you come to the police station because you were arrested?" "Miss Emma, why are you here?" "Miss Emma, can you answer a few questions?" "Miss Emma." The reporter spoke almost at the same time, and a large number of questions were thrown out. "Everyone, the reason I came here today is because the composer of My Heart Will Go On, Mr. David, was brought to the police station for saving someone. The matter is still being handled." Emma waved her hand to silence the reporters and then said she didn't know David's plan, so she didn't tell them about the 100 billion compensation. "God, you're Master David." A reporter recognized David and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really Master David." Another reporter also confirmed David was very famous these 2 days. The title of Invincible in the Kaji level had spread throughout Lioli's star. Since the destination of the passengers on the Interstellar was Lioli's star, David's fame also spread on Lioli's star with the arrival of these passengers. And this fame spread to the surrounding planets at an extremely fast speed with Lioli's star as the center. Various interview news were also broadcast in turn these 2 days. One against 600 and killed all of them. This kind of result was not the battle with the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group in the war zone. The Thunder and Lightning mercenary group's battle was in the war zone. Although it was spread, not many people believed it, especially among some Kaji level. But this time, the battle on the Interstellar was different. There were too many passengers on the Interstellar, and their origins were very complicated. Their status was not low, which made the news more credible. In addition, with the confirmation of Melvin Transcendent, David's fame spread even more. Of course, because it had just happened 2 days ago, many ordinary people still did not pay too much attention to David. Just like the police in the police station, they did not think that a young man like David was the terrifying Kaji level. When Chief Cumberland heard that David was the Master David who killed people on the Interstellar, his face suddenly turned pale. This was no longer a matter of compensation. If such a killing god angered David, it was very likely that he would be killed. Chief Cumberland did not think that his identity could protect him. As long as Kaji level did not expose his identity, it was very easy for him to kill people. "Master David, have you been treated unfairly in the police station?" A reporter asked first. The reporter's eyes were very sharp. When he saw so many lawyers present and Emma here, he immediately thought of this. "Yes, my equipment was taken away by the police, including 2 second-grade heavy axes and the exoskeleton armor. I'm currently negotiating with the police station about compensation." David replied with a smile. "Master David, give me some time. I'll get Officer Peter to explain," Chief Cumberland said loudly. Then he turned and rushed to the interrogation room, where Officer Peter was being interrogated by another police officer. Chief Cumberland's words indirectly confirmed what David had said. This made the reporters even crazier. "You go out first. I'll interrogate him." Chief Cumberland pushed open the door of the interrogation room and said to the officer who was interrogating Peter. The officer immediately nodded and left the interrogation room without saying anything. He did not want to interrogate his former colleague. "Peter, you're very good. I don't usually say anything about your little tricks. I know that everyone's lives are not easy. A little more income is a benefit. But this time you actually reached out to Master David. Do you want the entire police station to be buried with you?" Chief Cumberland said as he stood in front of Officer Peter and looked down at him. "Master David? What master is he?" Officer Peter did not understand when he heard the name Master David. As he asked, he already knew who Master David was. Kaji, also known as David, was known as a master. Wasn't he the weapon master who had saved the galactic traveler? Who is that? That's the murderer who killed more than 600 Kaji single-handedly. Do you know the consequences of stealing from him? Chief Cumberland shouted as he slammed the table. But it's too late. Drayton has already gotten rid of the 2 heavy axes. Officer Peter was overcome with fear and could not help but blurt out the truth. Who did you sell the heavy axes to? What about the exoskeleton armor? Chief Cumberland asked as he relaxed. As long as he knew where it was, things would be easier. I really don't know about the exoskeleton armor. There was a security code on the storage box. No one else could use it even if they had it. We didn't touch it at all. Since Officer Peter had already said it, there was no point in hiding it anymore. Chief Cumberland looked at Officer Peter. He had been handling cases all year round and naturally had his own judgment. Officer Peter had already admitted that he had 2 heavy axes, which were worth 50 million credits. This was enough for Officer Peter to receive the maximum sentence. If he had admitted to this, he would not deny that he had taken the exoskeleton armor. While Chief Cumberland was still interrogating Peter, Manager Alam was proudly looking at the 2 second-grade heavy axes in front of him in his manager's office. He had used 40 million credits to buy the 2 second-grade heavy axes. If he put them up for auction, he would earn double the profit. Just as he was getting excited, the news in front of him caught his attention. When Manager Alam heard that Master David had lost 2 second-grade heavy axes in the police station, his expression changed. As the manager of the Tanxing Trading Company in Crystal City, he had to have a deep understanding of what was happening around him. In particular, he had used his connections to contact some of the people involved in the attack on the Galactic Traveler and obtained first-hand information. Then, Manager Alam sent this information back to the headquarters. This was the job of every manager of the Tanxing Trading Company. Because of this, he knew how terrifying David was. When Manager Alam lowered his head to look at the 2 second-grade heavy axes again, he felt for the first time that the 2 heavy axes were so hot. Manager Alam immediately contacted the headquarters and sent them the details of the incident. Within a minute, there was a reply from the headquarters. Get on good terms with Master David and return the items. Manager Alam heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone who heard David's story first thought was that David was too good at killing. In the city, every ordinary Kaji was extremely powerful. As long as a Kaji appeared, any violent incident could be resolved. Only 10 Kaji were needed to maintain order in a city, but David had killed more than 600 Kaji in one go. The impact of this on the ordinary people was immense. When Manager Alam looked at the 2 second-grade heavy axes in front of him, he didn't know if it was because of psychological reasons, but he could smell the blood on them. Manager Alam quickly rushed to the police station. The reporters were still there, but Lawyer James was handling them. David and Emma were in the resting room, waiting for the results of the police's investigation. A few police officers had already gone to arrest Officer Drayton, who had yet to return. Officer Peter was still being interrogated in the interrogation room. I am Alam from the Tanxing Trading Company. I am here on behalf of the Tanxing Trading Company to return Master David's weapons. Manager Alam looked at the crowded hall. There was no way to enter, so he could only shout. When a reporter saw the new breaking news, they couldn't help but turn around and crowd around. When Manager Alam handed the 2 second-grade heavy axes to David, David was extremely surprised. Since when did the buyer return his items after they were stolen? Chapter 295. David made a mental note of the Tanzanite Trading Company. Although he didn't think much of the 2 second-grade heavy axes, Manager Alam's actions were a gesture of goodwill. The rest of the matter was left to the lawyer. David and Emma didn't stay for long. The reporters were too crazy. If they didn't leave now, who knew how many more would come? Some of Emma's fans had already appeared at the entrance of the police station. More and more people were coming. David and Emma took the 2 female bodyguards to the hover car from the back door of the police station and left. Lawyer James also received David and Emma's bottom line. That was to sue Peter and Drayton, the 2 former police officers, for $100 billion. At the same time, They didn't need the police to compensate this huge sum. This sudden incident that had delayed David and Emma for almost an entire day, or rather, a farce, had finally come to an end. Today's filming couldn't continue either. Director Houston was still at the police station working with lawyer James to complete some final procedures. So David and Emma returned to their residence. As soon as they got back, David hurried back to his room. He had gone through so much trouble just to get the ball of knowledge for the giant storm ape. When he thought of that mutated lightning ability, he couldn't wait to get his hands on it. In reality, David always felt like his hands and feet were tied when he was in the city. If this was an area where the law couldn't control, today's incident wouldn't have been so troublesome. He could have just waved his axe and settled it. Fortunately, this kind of thing would be rare in the future. His part-time job as a galactic police consultant was pretty good. Thinking of this, David prepared to bring some gifts to thank Lady Amelia when he got back. Thinking of gifts, he realized that he would need to bring a few more. It would be polite to bring gifts for the Fox Transcendent, his 3 disciples, and Emma's family. David kept this matter in his mind as he walked and thought about it. Back in the room, David summoned the shadow attendant and placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. Among the many balls of knowledge, David spotted the white ball of knowledge that stood out from the rest. With a thought, its attributes were displayed on the white ball of knowledge. Mutated lightning, talent cannot be used. David did not know whether he should be happy or disappointed. He was happy that he got the mutated ability of the storm giant ape. This ability, called mutated lightning, should be the terrifying lightning ability that the storm giant ape used to break through his exoskeleton armor. What disappointed him was that he couldn't use this ability at the moment. Of course, David had encountered such a situation before. It was the Constitution talent, unusable, he got from the armored rockworm. After he became a soldier, this Constitution talent, unusable, became Constitution talent, usable. He believed that it was the same for this mutated lightning. Talent cannot be used. He just didn't know if David would be able to use this ball of knowledge after he became a transcendent. Shaking his head, David had a lot of knowledge balls that he couldn't use now. For example, crystal element body refining technique, 5% perfection, unusable, and night breathing technique, 80% proficiency, conditions not met, were all knowledge balls that couldn't be used because they didn't meet the conditions. The next day, he went out to sea again. Director Houston was more focused on shooting. He wanted almost every scene to be perfect in order to repay David for saving his life. David absorbed and integrated the knowledge balls one by one. His spirit was now as high as 635. Yesterday, the storm giant ape didn't even give him a 0.01 spirit increase. When he focused his mind on the knowledge balls, he could sense if they were suitable for him to absorb. 4 pure knowledge glowing balls. He could absorb one every half an hour. 4 combat knowledge glowing balls. He would need a rest for a while. However, the interval between his absorption and fusion was much shorter than before. 2 days passed just like that. David stayed by Emma's side every day, watching her complete the shooting process of the music short film, enjoying this faint happiness. The last knowledge ball that could be integrated was also absorbed by David. His attribute panel also changed. Name: David Kerr Strength, 4, 11, 1 Agility, 4, 26, 1 Constitution, 4, 11, 1 Spirit, 6, 35, 1 Literature, 91% Perfection, Mathematics, 86% Perfection, General, 84% Perfection, Advanced Body Arts, 66% Proficiency, Flexible Body Arts, 65% Proficiency, Empty-Handed Combat, 66% Perfection, Electronic Countermeasures, 50% Perfection, Warhammer Mastery, 97% Perfection, Sniping, 10% Proficiency, Shield Mastery, 49% Perfection, Heavy Axe Mastery, 100% Perfection, Longsword Mastery, 67% Perfection, Spear Mastery, 98% Perfection, Spirit Pierce, 10% Proficiency, Spirit Sleep, 99% Proficiency, Spaceship Piloting, 77% Perfection, Mechanical Maintenance, 87% Perfection, Spaceship maintenance, 65% perfection. Steel, 80% perfection. Divine language, 99% proficiency. Negotiation expert, 12% perfection. Singing, 88% perfection. Finance, 96% perfection. Power shock, talent, extreme speed, talent. In the end, he kept eating level 3 strengthened meat, which greatly increased the effect of his training. The effects of advanced Kaji body arts and flexible body arts were very obvious. His strength recently increased by nearly 200 kilograms, reaching close to 1,800 kilograms. Unfortunately, as his strength got closer and closer to advanced Kaji, the original effects of advanced Kaji body arts were slowly weakening. Of course, the injuries he received from practicing advanced Kaji body arts were also lessening. This meant that his body was nearing the minimum requirement of advanced Kaji body arts. When his strength completely reached advanced Kaji, the advanced Kaji body arts super fast improvement effect would be greatly reduced, even with the help of level 3 strengthened meat. This was understandable, which normal Kaji didn't need to train hard for dozens of years to reach advanced Kaji. Those young peak Kaji also had the corresponding inheritance and rich resources, and were greatly nurtured by their respective factions to reach that level. Although David was the disciple of Galen Transcendent, the faction that Galen Transcendent belonged to lacked inheritance. As for resources, David had obtained a lot through his own efforts, but inheritance was out of the question. Resources could be fought for, but inheritance was the core secret of every faction. This inheritance problem wasn't something that couldn't be solved. The First College of Iridia had the corresponding inheritance, and with David's strength, it wasn't too difficult to obtain it. David's cultural knowledge had been strengthened. Now, his literature, mathematics, and general knowledge had reached the level of an expert. His mastery of various weapons had also been greatly improved. His current combat power could be said to have reached a new level. When he saw finance, 96% perfection, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened the stock market page on his identity bracelet. The lines that he didn't understand before were now clear. He could even predict the rise and fall of these lines. Of course, with his financial knowledge, the accuracy of this prediction wasn't 100%. With his current finance, 96% perfection, the accuracy rate was about 96%. This kind of prediction required him to read a lot of real-time news reports. The reason he could still predict the trend now was because the financial knowledge he had obtained was the understanding of the market before the death of the previous owner of the financial knowledge. David didn't use his credits. If he invested them in the stock market now, he could at least gain more than 30% in 10 days. However, this wasn't his goal. He didn't want to enter the stock market, at least not while his strength was still rapidly increasing. He didn't want to be addicted to making money. No matter how many credits he had, he wouldn't be able to buy items traded between Transcendent. Strength was the foundation of everything. David saw singing, 88% perfection, and couldn't help but smile. Although this ability couldn't increase his actual combat power, it would allow him to have more in common with Emma. This ability not only worked on singing, but also on the understanding of songs and the appreciation of music. Just when David was leisurely watching Emma work, drinking a drink, enjoying the sun, and thinking about life, his identity bracelet reminded him that there was new news. This was a contact request. The name of the applicant was Hastings. When David saw the name, he remembered that this was the deputy of Melvin Transcendent. He also wanted to contact Hastings about going to Yakustar. At this moment, Hastings was looking for him. There should be new information on Yakustar, and he had been waiting for it. Yesterday, David's Thundersnake modified ship arrived near Glazed Blue Star, ready to pick up David at any time. Master David, hello. Hastings was very respectful. He didn't have the slightest arrogance, because he was the deputy of Melvin Transcendent. This was also related to David's strength. David's reputation was now like when Emma sang "My Heart is Eternal." There was an explosive growth. Kaji is invincible was recognized by more and more people. Mr. Hastings, is there any news? David asked straightforwardly. Yes, since your battle with the interstellar flying man, the three mercenary regiments, Crimson Fire, Blue Ice, and Shadow, have been shrinking their combat power to cope with the impact of the next great loss of combat power. The three mercenary regiments must concentrate their main combat power in the station to reinforce the various forces at any time. Hastings passed a piece of information to David and explained. David looked at the information and also understood the general situation of the three mercenary regiments. It was precisely because David killed a large number of Kaji in the three mercenary regiments at one time, and because of David's reputation, the three mercenary regiments suffered heavy losses. The enemies of the three mercenary regiments were all ready to take this opportunity to rob the resources occupied by the three mercenary regiments. This was a peaceful area. The survival space of the mercenary regiments was very limited. There were only so many resources that they could have. Once there was a chance, no mercenary regiment would let go of the opportunity to kill the opponent. Under such circumstances, the three mercenary regiments had to transfer back the elite Kaji from all over the place and form multiple action teams to support the defense of the various resource areas with superior combat power at any time. This was a helpless method. If the defense of the various resource areas could not support the arrival of the reinforcements, then the resources would change hands. However, the combat power of the three mercenary regiments was indeed a little stretched. Before they recruited more Kaji, they could only use this passive method to ensure the resources of the mercenary regiments. This also gave David a good opportunity to attack the three mercenary regiments at this time. He could inflict the greatest amount of damage to them, or even cause the three mercenary regiments to disappear directly. It should be known that once the three mercenary regiments lost their combat power again and did not have enough combat power to maintain the defense, David would not need to attack again. The three mercenary regiments would be directly eliminated by their opponents. In Hastings' opinion, as long as David attacked again, even if he did not kill a lot of Kaji, as long as he destroyed the base of the three mercenary regiments and affected the arrangements of the three mercenary regiments, then the enemies of the three mercenary regiments would most likely attack in advance. Mr. Hastings, is the thing I asked for ready? David asked after reading the information. Master David, it's ready. I'm in the base. This is the location. You're welcome to come at any time. Hastings said as he sent the location over. Okay, I'll go over as soon as I'm done here, David said as he put away the location. After turning off his identity bracelet, David turned his head towards Emma's direction. At that moment, Emma had also finished a set of shooting. She just happened to look at David, and the two of them smiled at each other. David and Emma's ships were about 100 meters apart. David jumped off the ship in a fit of excitement. At the same time, he fully activated his extreme speed and shock force talents. He used the shock force to step on the surface of the sea. The shock force formed a large area of force feedback, so he would not sink into the sea. Using the reaction force of a shock force, David's body shot forward. The shock force would not allow David to stay on the surface of the sea for long. However, David did not need to rely on the shock force to stay on the surface of the sea all the time. He just needed to increase his speed. At that moment, the extreme speed came into play. Dexterity, 4, 26, 1, about 3. 2 seconds for 100 meters. With the help of extreme speed, this speed reached 6 seconds for 100 meters. In other words, David only needed to stay on the surface of the sea for 2 seconds at most to reach Emma's ship. This was why David dared to do this. Otherwise, if he accidentally fell into the sea, he would become a joke to Emma and the others. The 16 flying cameras were not turned off. They were still on, and a few of them were pointed towards David's direction. The moment David jumped into the sea, the cameraman almost instinctively adjusted the cameras. A few of the cameras that were pointed at David maintained their position, while the rest of the flying cameras looked for the best shooting position again. It was the cameraman's operation that recorded an incredible scene. David ran over 100 meters on the surface of the sea as if he was running on flat ground. Then, he jumped onto Emma's ship. Chapter 296. Emma chuckled as she looked at David, who was in front of her. She took her handkerchief from the side and gently wiped the seawater off David's face. David smiled as he felt Emma's gentleness. For a moment, he didn't say what he was going to say. I just received a contract from the Interstellar Flyboy Company. They hired me to be the spokesperson of the Interstellar Flyboy Company. Is this because of you? Emma put away her handkerchief and asked softly. When David heard this, he knew that this was the work of the Galactic Flyboy Company's transcendent Melvin or his deputy, Hastings. This was to fulfill the previously agreed conditions and, at the same time, to remind David, you got this with your own strength. You are the new Queen of Heaven. Who else would the Interstellar Flyboy Company choose if not you? David wouldn't admit it and praised her with a smile. Emma shook her head gently and didn't ask any more questions. She actually knew very well what was going on. The Interstellar Flyboy Company was very large and had interstellar flyboy business in the entire Interstellar Federation. Therefore, the spokesperson of the Interstellar Flyboy Company didn't affect the Interstellar Flyboy Company with their own fame. On the other hand, the Interstellar Flyboy Company would also increase the reputation of the spokesperson. This was a win-win endorsement contract. Emma loved to sing and hoped that more people could hear her voice. This spokesperson of the Interstellar Flyboy Company was very important to her. This kind of resource couldn't be influenced by her entertainment company or even her family. Emma's family had a huge influence in the Elydia Star sector. However, outside of the Elydia Star sector, this kind of influence was very small. A super company like the Interstellar Flyboy Company couldn't interfere. The Interstellar Flyboy Company proposed that my music video would be played on all of their Interstellar Flyboy Company. Just now, Director Houston said that he needed to reconsider the content of the music video. Emma said with a smile, I don't know about this either. You could discuss it with Director Houston. David shook his head and said, the original schedule is not enough, so this shooting will take 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, I have an important event. This time, I came with you, so I can't accompany you alone. Emma said apologetically, it doesn't matter. I have something to do, and I have to leave early. Let's play together when we have time in the future. David said with a smile. He took this opportunity to tell her his plan. David, I don't know about your business, but you must pay attention to your safety. Don't take risks. Emma looked worried, but she didn't persuade David. In Emma's family education, everyone had their own life goals. Respecting a person was the same as respecting the life goals they chose. For example, her life goal was to sing, to become the best singer in the Interstellar Federation, to let her voice spread throughout the Interstellar Federation forever. She also knew that David's life goal was to be the strongest. This goal was dangerous and very difficult, but Emma wouldn't stop him. She would only support him silently. David and Emma sat on the ship and enjoyed the sea breeze. They accompanied each other for more than an hour until Director Houston urged them to leave. Only then did David say goodbye to Emma and leave. The landing spacecraft released from a modified Thundersnake ship picked up David, flew out of Leoli Star, and entered space to rendezvous with the modified Thundersnake ship. When David walked into the modified Thundersnake ship, Captain Hopper and the crew stood respectfully on both sides of the passage, waiting for David. Sir, welcome back to the ship, Captain Hopper said with a bow. Whether it was Captain Hopper or the crew, there was only pride in their eyes. That was the pride of being able to serve David and become a member of his private spaceship. Kaji is invincible was no longer a description. It was now referring to David and was recognized by most Kaji. This title, along with David's latest achievements, was also passed to Captain Hopper and the crew. For this reason, Captain Hopper and the crew had a big celebration. David sat in the seat specially prepared for him, with Captain Hopper standing next to him. David tapped on the screen in front of him and called up the map of the Elydia Star system, setting Planet Jacques as the destination. This is our target this time, but before that, we need to go to this coordinate to get some combat supplies. I'll leave the daily necessities to you, David said as he adjusted the coordinates given by Hastings on the map from his identity bracelet. Sir, all the food and daily necessities have been replenished before we came. It's enough for us to live comfortably in space for a year." Captain Hopper immediately replied. David nodded with satisfaction. Captain Hopper was very experienced, and there were many things that he did not need to worry about at all. The reason Captain Hopper said it was a comfortable life was that even if this modified Thundersnake ship did not have any supplies, it could produce synthetic food and water with only energy. As long as there was energy, they would not starve. It was just that the synthetic food did not taste good. When David was on planet Monolith, the ordinary people there ate synthetic food similar to this. Synthetic food was also a very powerful invention that completely solved the most basic survival problem of human beings. It was just that eating synthetic food after enjoying better food was not a good experience. Of course, David did not transfer the kitchen equipment from the original Titan S-600 transport spaceship. That spaceship had luxurious equipment for producing all kinds of meat. If he gave the spaceship to his father, Hans, David would not touch the equipment on it. The two warp engines of the modified Thundersnake ship were turned on, and it quickly entered the speed of light. 2 hours later, the spaceship arrived at the designated location. The coordinates were an armed asteroid. When the modified Thundersnake ship was about 200 kilometers away, it was locked on by the asteroid scanning system. "This is private property. This is private property. You have been locked on. Please leave or show your identity to ensure your safety." A mechanical voice was transmitted into the cockpit through the public channel. David did not want to be attacked by the heavy defense weapons on the asteroid, so he set his identity bracelet to display mode. "Master David, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." The mechanical voice was replaced by Hastings' voice. "Mr. Hastings, Emma has received your contract. How could I delay it?" David joked. The contract did not mean that. Hastings was embarrassed by David's teasing and quickly explained. "I didn't mind. Emma is very satisfied with this contract, so I came as soon as possible," David said with a smile. At this time, the modified Thundersnake ship was guided to the docking port on the asteroid. When David walked out of the modified Thundersnake ship in exoskeleton armor, he saw Hastings in exoskeleton armor welcoming him. David bumped fists with Hastings. This was a Kaji greeting in the Elydia star region. The environment of a base like an asteroid was very harsh. One had to wear life support equipment or exoskeleton armor. Otherwise, it was impossible to survive on the surface. Hastings led David into a large door. The door was blocked by a defensive shield. After entering, the data on David's helmet showed that this place was in a habitable state. "This place is very remote," David said as he opened the exoskeleton armor's helmet. "This is one of the company's modification bases. Judging from your spaceship, it should be a modified Thundersnake small frigate. We can install some shipborne weapons for you here for free. Treat it as a part of your supplies this time," Hastings said straightforwardly as he opened his visor. "I won't stand on ceremony. My spaceship's attack power is indeed too weak. Installing weapons will be beneficial for future missions." David's eyes lit up as he agreed with a smile. Most of the weapons on the modified Thundersnake ship were dismantled, leaving only 2 Gaussian cannons and some close-range missiles. Its actual combat power was very weak. In the past, it was not that he did not want to replenish the weapons on the modified Thundersnake ship, but this kind of battleship's shipboard weapons were not easy to replenish. According to David's estimation, the Interstellar Flyman Company should have their own battleship research. Although he did not know what their purpose was, with the Interstellar Flyman Company's size, their technical ability would not be too weak. Anyway, it would not be a problem to install some shipboard weapons on his modified Thundersnake ship. There's no need to stand on ceremony. However, first of all, this mission will not be known to anyone. All the losses caused to the 3 mercenary groups were caused by the Interstellar Flyman Company's revenge. Hastings smiled as he made his request. Although the strength of the Interstellar Flyman Company was not weak, if they really mobilized a large number of combat power to Yakustar, it was likely to cause uneasiness among the other local mercenary groups. If they went less, they could not cause harm to the 3 mercenary groups and could not form a deterrent to other forces. In the case where Transcendent could not take action, David became the best choice. After seeing David's battle record, Melvin Transcendent immediately made this decision. David had rich experience in defeating many with few and fighting against many alone. Whether it was the Thunder and Lightning mercenary group, Crimson Fire, Blue Ice, and Shadow, they were all defeated by David's devastating blow when they had an absolute advantage. Therefore, David became the best choice to carry out revenge on behalf of the Interstellar Flyman Company. In addition, David had a grudge against the three mercenary groups, so David would not refuse. David did not object to Hastings' additional request. He had too many enemies. If the three mercenary groups still had combat power after this operation, the remaining hatred would be transferred to the Interstellar Flyman Company because of the Interstellar Flyman Company's revenge. This was also considered as each taking what they needed. As for the battle record, who cared? David used the channel of the exoskeleton armor to contact Captain Hope, let him dock with the personnel here, and began to modify the Thundersnake modified ship again. Of course, some important spaces inside the Thundersnake modified ship could not be open to the public, such as the cabin where the fire beacon was placed and the warehouse where David's loot was placed. The fire beacon was better. Although its appearance was strange, many rich people would make various special modifications to the ship. The patterns on the fire beacon's appearance would only be regarded as decoration if they were seen by people who did not understand it. However, the warehouse where David places loot was different. There were a lot of precious items there. There was a pile of second-grade weapons, and the number reached nearly 40. This was a number that any organization would be jealous of, plus the residue of 32 second-grade materials. With so many second-grade weapon materials, it was enough to arm the elite Kaji brigade of a large force. This did not include some precious and rare exoskeleton armors used as decorations in the ship and the second-grade weapons that matched them. It could be said that although David's Thundersnake modified ship was only a modified version of a military battleship, its value had already multiplied several times. However, David didn't have to worry about this. Captain Hope would take care of it. Master David, the equipment and supplies given to you by Melvin Transcendent are here. Please come with me. After Hastings arranged to install the shipboard weapons on the Thundersnake modified ship, he led David and said as they walked. They came to a warehouse guarded by two Kaji. Hastings used the identity bracelet to open the warehouse door. In the entire warehouse, there was only a full metal box placed in the middle. This Krypton crystal powder bomb was obtained by Melvin Transcendent through connections. It's very dangerous. Please use it carefully. Hastings transferred the authority of the metal box to David while exhorting. David nodded. He couldn't say that he had used this thing before. He used this thing to blow up the cultivation area of the interstellar flyby last time. However, the power of the Krypton crystal powder bomb was really amazing. The second-grade materials within a 3-kilometer range could not defend against it. You check it. If there is no problem, I will hand it over to you. Hastings made an inviting gesture to David after the operation. Okay. David responded. He stepped forward and swiped his identity bracelet on the lock of the metal box. The metal box opened, revealing 3 Krypton crystal powder bombs protected by special anti-collision materials. However, these 3 Krypton crystal powder bombs were obviously much smaller than the Krypton crystal powder bombs he used before. Each of these 3 Krypton crystal powder bombs was only the size of a basketball. Mr. Hastings, how is the power of this Krypton crystal powder bomb? David turned to Hastings and asked, Master David, wait a moment. I will send you the information of this Krypton crystal powder bomb. Hastings seemed to have just remembered and said as he operated the identity bracelet again. Soon, David received a description of the Krypton crystal powder bomb on his identity bracelet. David found that the full name of the 3 Krypton crystal powder bombs he received was compressed Krypton crystal powder decomposition bomb. Its power range was still 3 kilometers, but it was smaller than ordinary Krypton crystal powder bombs. The reason why the power range was set at 3 kilometers was related to the Interstellar Federation's rigid rules for war weapons. Destructive bombs like this were divided into tactical and strategic bombs. Strategic bombs could only be deployed by specific troops within the military. Its use was also strictly regulated. Relatively less powerful tactical bombs were forcibly set to have a range of 3 kilometers. This range would not cause irreparable damage to smaller planets. David carefully closed the metal box. The explosive power of these 3 Krypton crystal powder bombs was something he did not dare to test, even if he was wearing a 3rd-grade exoskeleton armor. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.